Hello, everyone. Welcome back to day 5 of learning how to make intruder maps with Unity. And I have no idea what I'm doing still, but I feel like considering we built this and I feel like when I log back in every day, I'm like, wow, I'm surprised at what I've accomplished so far, and what how things are actually coming together. It's pretty cool. Um, I'm already proud of this, even though this isn't anything and no one's played it. The amount of time at work and effort just to go in just to figure out how to do what we've done already, I'm just like pretty happy with. So to give you guys a little update of what's been going on in between the sessions, if anyone cares, like, I mean, I don't even know if anybody really, no one's really watching these videos, so I feel like I can just say whatever I want to say. Yeah, I spent some time watching a few real-time CSG tutorials because I was trying to figure out, not trying to figure anything out, I was trying to learn, like, is there things I'm missing here? Because I was getting really frustrated last episode with this area here. Things were just not working out the way I'd hoped they would. A lot of areas in here are actually built decently well. These rooms are fine. This room is sort of, yeah, this room's fine. This is where we ended up having the trouble, was this shape here, which was a custom shape, and then trying to do a custom hallway that cut into this shape. So I was having problems with subtraction, and I still don't have a full grasp on it yet, but I did watch what tutorial videos I could find on Realtime CSG to kind of get a little bit of a better idea. And I learned a few things. I wrote them down, and I'm not going to run through all of them because that would just be like, time consuming, but there is some shortcuts I learned, and I'll just kind of give you a summarization, and as well as like some issues you can run into when there's like floating point errors, which was something we ran into when we were trying to do the stairs. I don't know if you remember. We were trying to do the stairs in the previous map on the front of the house, and there was like that little cutout that was just disappearing, not working. That is something that happens in real-time CSG, and it was shown how to like sometimes resolve that issue. So that's kind of useful. I learned a few little tricks for like creating interesting like archway doors, which is kind of cool, and just understanding like what are some of the limitations for CSG and like what we should be using it for and what we shouldn't be using it for. And then as well as the hierarchy, which is actually way more important than I realized. This hierarchy is very important. The reason why is because under model here, you can see all these brushes. And these symbols here are indicating if this is an additive or subtractive brush or a intersection brush. I did not know that. Now I do. So this full icon means it is an additive brush. This icon where it's like white and transparent means it's a subtraction brush, and an intersection brush is going to look like two transparent blocks. Now, I do not understand at all how intersection brushes work, even after watching the video tutorial. They do have there's moments where it can be useful, and I think what I want to do later is actually learn how to use intersection brushes. So I just see I updated this document today. Today's goal is to continue our first level blockout. And just to give you guys a refresher, this is what we're working on. This is our map. So right now we currently have intruder spawn, this hallway setup, guard spawn, and we have this triangle area and this room completed. And we are just starting to work on this hallway, and we'll probably be making another triangle room. I didn't want to make it last episode because I was really frustrated, but we'll be working on that. We will be working on that. So far, this map has actually taught us a lot about real-time CSG and just Unity in general. So I'm pretty happy with that. So this is our goal. We're going to see how much of this layout we can complete today. Now, just to give you guys another recap of what we want to learn, real-time CSG, some of the things I'd like to learn is how to use intersections, how to create pipe corners and pipe interiors. So this creating pipe corners, and especially I believe you have to use the intersection tool to do this. And then creating pipe interiors, I believe this can be done with a subtraction tool, but this seems to be like, this project right here is like the the biggest challenge for understanding real-time CSG. Once you understand how the intersection tool works, I think for the most part, you have a pretty good handle on real-time CSG and how to use it appropriately, most likely. After that, we'd like to play with mirrors, but that'll be later. Ladders will come down the road once we've kind of mapped out most of the area and we want to start adding verticality. And when it comes to ladders, I don't really know if we should make Unity assets or create ladders inside of Blender. And that's something we're going to have to learn how to do down the road. Blender will probably just be a part of the series at some point. Okay, and then building a zoo is something I want to do later, and just understanding how to use the demo scenes. I haven't done that yet. Issues and bugs. So understanding subtraction with CSG objects. This is really what I was struggling with last episode, especially with this guy right here. This whole area is like an absolute cluster F of problems. And I would like to, well, I did solve it mostly. There's still issues now with like textures, which will be a problem later. We were just kind of playing around with that. We're going to probably end up adding our own custom textures and or creating, either adding textures from the asset store or creating our own textures. I think it'd be fun to create our own textures, to be honest. I would just like to make everything that is like personally handmade. I like that. To me, that just adds so much more personality rather than using standard assets, if at all possible. So we'll see how much work that takes. I've never created textures like this before, so I don't know what that will be like and how difficult it'll be to do that. Okay, so today we're going to be continuing from this hallway here, building this out, building that next triangle room. Do we want a triangle room here? This is what I'm not sure about, because we have two rooms like this. We have this half circle room, we got this hexagon room, triangle room, and then I don't really want to add another triangle room because it's just going to be like not, what's the word, unique enough, because it's going to be, one, it's going to be just really close to this one, and then two, it's just going to feel like it's the same room, same layout. I'd like to either at the very least rotate it, or maybe come up with a different shape that would be kind of cool to have here. And I don't know what that shape would be, but what we could do is, I was thinking it might be kind of fun to do like either a horseshoe or perhaps like a quarter turn. And we could do that with the cylinder tool. I think we'd be able to accomplish it that way. So since that's the case, what I think we'll start off with today is working inside of Dungeon Scrawl again. And inside Dungeon Scrawl, we will update our area here to create a different shape, which would be kind of fun. Now, to do that, let's go to our rectangle tool, and we'll go to the erase tool, and oops, let's not do that. Let's erase this. Okay, great. We're going to take our text tool and move this over for now. So we want an interesting shape here. We want this to be a room. We want this to be a room, but we don't know what kind of shape we want. We want a unique shape that is not a hexagon, triangle, or semicircle. We want another like unique room, so you know that this is where a hack point is. It's like, this is a significant place to help your mind map out the map the first time you play it, so you can understand where things are. So to do that, let's see what kind of shapes can we make. Let's play around with some shapes down here first to see what we can do. So I think what we can do is create, we can create a circle with one side here. So like this, that's an erase. Let's do draw. We'll just play around with this first here. So we can create a circle like this. We can erase from here and create like could create like a moon room. That'd be kind of cool. That is doable with the cylinder tool. Kind of a unique room, actually. Now, creating assets for this room could be very complicated later on. It might be like very difficult to figure out how in the world do we like actually. Dude, this is gonna make our job very complicated if we do this. But this is a cool shape, so I'm kind of thinking that maybe we do it anyway and just take on the challenge because, hey, we're trying to learn how to do map making in general. Having a few challenges is a good thing for us. Okay, so the moon room, definitely doable. Now, other option here is we can do a like turn from the center, like so. This is what I was initially thinking we could do. Let's grab that, and then we'll do a erase tool with the square. So I was thinking that we could do like a room like this, and it would actually be like so. I was thinking of doing a room like this right here. That was the initial idea. Now the moon looks pretty dang cool. However, it could be difficult to set up, but it would be kind of sick if you had like a hallway here. This could be a really cool room, actually. I kind of want to do this moon. And then have the hack point in here, and then you have a hallway that attaches, and there's two ways to get in, maybe a third way to get out, like with a vent or something. I think this would be really sick room. And it would be creative. I think like learning how to do it in Unity is going to be a whole completely different ball game. But let's try it. You know. Now I would like to probably flip that inside out, perhaps, or let's see. So right now we should actually probably tidy up our map a little bit because it's not looking exactly like it does in Unity. Right now, our Unity project looks a little bit different, and that's okay. It's not supposed to be exactly identical. This is just more like a rough draft map. I was considering earlier today that maybe we should take out this hallway and like make some steps instead that go like up on the side or something like that, or scrunch this room down to make some steps to like get some verticality and then go in here. And at the very least, maybe even redo this section, because I think like how we approach this basically was kind of a mistake. Like I think we kind of finagled it. We did get it working, but to customize the textures later, I think it's going to be such a pain in the butt. I almost want to just delete this and start over. I don't know if that's a great idea, but like, because I don't like, for example, like these textures here, I don't even know if we can select these. Like if I go into Realtime CSG, do we have Realtime CSG here? There we go, Realtime CSG. Like this is a cutout, like this box is an addition. Reduce subtraction, what does that do? Wow, addition, okay. This box is the wall, I'm pretty sure. And if I move this, I could maybe do the colors and then just put it back, you know? It could do that. That could work. Hold on. Let's try that. Surfaces. Let's just do the METR. That works. Okay, and then let's go place, move this back in. So maybe this is a way for resolving texture issues. It actually looks fine. This guy, on the other hand, what's here? If I can just move him down a bit. Ooh, that doesn't work. Okay, so surfaces. Can we do concrete? There we go. So maybe now this is working a little bit better. You can see the change here if you're observing it, but I don't actually see it very easily. Looks fine. Concrete blends in. And we can just make this floor here also concrete. Just start doing shift click. So we're not really playing around with textures right now. That actually resolves the issue. Maybe that wasn't so big of a deal as I thought. Yeah, let's check place. We can also do surfaces, and we'll do METR. So amazingly enough, this actually blends in pretty well. It's almost lined up, not perfectly, but I don't know if you're going to notice it. You might, but you might not. This actually works pretty good. I think we might be able to resolve the textures without having much. It could be that there was just a bug earlier on. Okay, place. Yeah, I think we need to select the right object here. Here we go. Okay, that looks pretty good. Is this the right object? That is not. What is this? Okay, here we go. Surfaces, METR. No, this is concrete. Conc. There we go. Ah, but now it's selecting the door frame as well, which we don't really want to select. That's select all brush surfaces. I don't want to select all brush surfaces. I would like to just select, let's see, if we move this, this is a subtraction tool, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so the surfaces here is kind of difficult to select. So if I go METR, this is going to change all of this, which I don't want to do. But we could do concrete, which does look fine. Let's see, this one. How do we select there? There we go. This is a little tricky. Yeah, so textures are still a little tricky, not super easy to do. Oh, sometimes you can select them, sometimes you can't. But at least for the most part, we've kind of made an improvement here. It's not as good, it's not as bad as it once was. This is floor. There we go, planks. There we go. Sometimes maybe it looks like you just have to move the camera into the right angle, and it can start working. We do brick. How does this look? Looks pretty good, actually. Maybe you just have to move close enough. Or the right angle. Sometimes that doesn't work either. Okay, so if we do a place mode here, yeah, that just doesn't work. So we'll play around with that later. That doesn't look horrible, just doesn't look correct. And you can see here the seam for the brick is not cooperating, so probably be better to do a texture that blends in a little bit better, but we're not doing textures today. But we did update them a little bit, right, which is nice. So that's good. Okay, this is good. We got a room that functions. We can always change these textures later. These are just placeholders while we were playing around with that tool. Okay. So what do we want to work on? We want to work on that room on the map. And I think, you know what, because I just don't want to redo stuff right now unless we absolutely have to. Since we were able to mostly resolve the texture issues in this area and everything is somewhat functioning, I think we'll probably be able to resolve this if we play around with it. Oops. Wait, here we go. I think this is what we need. Yeah, hold on. Let's just do brick. Oh, yeah, we should be able to select all these. We just got to find the right spot for all of them, and we can figure it out. This might actually work better as concrete or some other texture. Okay, but for now, look at that. The door works. Concrete on the floor. Glass door. Looks nice. You're coming through here. You got your concrete here. We can work on that later. Concrete floor here. It looks good. It looks good. I mean, as a placeholder. So we know that we can functionally work with the textures. And even though the geometry is completely whack, we can fix that. Okay, so before we start designing this, I feel like so far, let's take a look at this room, like critically. We come in through here. What are we going to put in this room? No idea. Is there going to be a lot of combat in here? Possibly between this door and this door, which is at a bit of a diagonal. Maybe, maybe not. I do want to make sure that there's another exit out of this room. And right now, we actually don't have that. When you look at it, we actually don't have any other path. There's a two-way path here, which I don't like. I like having a three-way path in almost every room. So optionally, we could draw something right here, which could be a vent, which could be right here between these two spots. I think that could be a good option. And we could maybe put some cover there. I don't know how to use vents. That's actually something we should add. We should add that. Vents. We have not added vents yet. So let's maybe take a look at vents and see if we can create a vent today and add that into the map. We may not use it, but we may remove it later. But once we learn how to use a vent, that is a pretty useful tool. So it looks like the easiest way to do a vent is just do a cutout in this room. I think where we'd put a vent is probably around here somewhere. Now this wall, it'd be helpful if we just do the back to the orange. The orange block default map, because we can measure. And let's take a look at our assets. So inside of Intruder MM, this is probably in doors actually, Superboss mesh prefabs. Now in prefabs, doors are just doors. Textures, we got some textures in here for doors, which is cool. Meshes, I'm not seeing any vents. Okay, so maybe it didn't come in that package. Let's check the other ones. So far, no vents. I've never seen them in here before, which is why I'm wondering if they're not included and you have to use vents from custom assets in Unity, which would be kind of annoying, but I mean, if that's what we have to do, that's what we have to do. We could try to make our own vent, but I think we might need to make the vent inside of, I don't know. You know what we could do is we just use a door. We use a door and then like make the door sideways here, rotate it sideways, and then you just open the door as a vent. That could work. Actually, that might be what people do. Let's go to doors. Let's go to prefabs. Let's see. Door right handle. Let's take a look at this. This has a door handle. Let's remove that. Left handle, double door, door. So all these doors have handles on them. Let's take a look at this door frame, mesh, latch only. Okay, so this looks like it's maybe done in Blender. I'm not sure. Okay, I'm not sure how to actually make, I have no idea how to do vents. Like tin batching the vents is one thing, but creating the vent door, I don't know how. And there's no, wait, there's a readme. Okay, there's only prefabs, meshes, regular, door regular, mesh, yeah. Materials, Doorland. I could try looking at the Superboss wiki for meshes. Maybe we do that actually. Okay, so great news. I went to the mapmaker resources page for Intruder. There's a wiki article here. And I scrolled down and I was able to find a lot of useful information. So Polybius, who's made tutorial videos on Intruder, by the way, I've watched and they've helped me, has also made a pack of doors here, which I did not know. That's awesome. There's an easy build tile kit. There's a lot of packages here that it looks like we can install. There's also Action Man's reprisal events, which is probably what exactly we need. Excuse me. There's a train level template. Oh my gosh. I had no idea these resources were here. Unity props, objects, a list of props available for download. Okay. So it looks like these are common props that people use in their Intruder maps. I think I'm going to download quite a few of these because we can use them, which is great. And then oftentimes, the great news is that a lot of people may have already downloaded these for other maps. So their download times for importing a map or downloading a new map when they're playing is going to be less because I've already downloaded some of these assets. That's what I think how it works. I could be wrong. Drivable APC. This massively desyncs. Okay, good to know. We'll avoid that. Elevator that stops at fly floors with a minimal number of animations to tweak. Very cool. Train level material that's invisible until you get close to it. That's neat. Zone that blurs your screen when you're inside of it. Pack of textures used in Reprisal from textures.com converted for Unity. That could be very useful. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just go and download these assets and import them so we can work with them. And then from there, we'll start building again. Okay, so I've decided to do something else instead. So right now, I have found some interesting things. There's an Intruder super guide, which covers quite a few pieces of information, which I'm going to plan to read through this and take a deep dive into how some of the stuff works and get a handle on that. Oh God, where did we go here? So I found the Action Man's reprisal events, which I like to download. However, the problem is when we go to the download page, which is in a Google Drive document, the folder is in a .tar file. I do not know how to import the .tar file into Unity. So I'm going to leave this problem for later. I have wrote it in here, and we'll come back to events later at a later time. Very easy to get distracted. I would like to just continue the blockout. So for now, we're going to continue our blockout. Let's work inside of Dungeon Scrawler and make that happen. And I think that this lunar this lunar shape right here is very cool, and I would like to make this. I want to make this. This is just a cool room shape. I feel like it's a cool feature room, and yeah, I want to make it. So we're going to do that. We're going to make things even more complicated for ourselves. Don't you love to see it? Okay, so the circle is going to be, ooh boy, nope, that was a mistake. We're going to draw the circle from here. Maybe not, maybe like right here. Okay, here we go. Circle drawn. 6. Now to do the eclipse, not the eclipse, but the oops. The partial moon here. We're gonna grab from down here to cut. We're going to actually cut from over here. That's too much. Let's cut from here. That looks pretty good. Yeah, that looks pretty good. This doesn't have to be perfect, right? Like this is just a method for us to actually do the work we need to do. Okay, cool. So we now have this. Now I would like to do something kind of fun here, which is draw a hallway here. Oops, that was a mistake. Let's draw. So we're going to draw a hallway between these 2 points. I think that's kind of cool. It's going to open up there. This is actually almost like a semicircle. And then we're going to have a entrance that goes in on a diagonal. Because why not make the geometry as silly as possible? But it makes it interesting. It makes the map interesting, which is what we're kind of going for, you know? Okay. There. Kind of round it out. Be kind of interesting. You have an option to go left or right, and then what would be cool is to have a vent, maybe from guard spawn that drops you in here, and then another vent that takes you into this hallway or something. This will maybe like will seem like a dead end or something like that, and then you have an option to go elsewhere, or there could be a door here. Maybe this takes you right in. Um, but what this does mean is that these stairs, which I don't know how to select, object tool. Oh, we can select these. Okay, let's get rid of this vent for now and figure out how we want to connect this. So at the moment, if we erase with our box, can we erase with our box? We have a box tool, draw. No layer selected. Map. Hold on. No, what do you mean no layer selected? How do we select a layer? Background, images, background. Class at hatchling. What about here? Is that what it is? Okay, there we go. Okay, we could extend this hallway here, I think, which is what we'll probably do. We'll just draw it in. Draw the hallway into this section here. You can kind of come in here, do the loop around if you want to. This is where hack 2 is going to be. So let's move hack 2 over here. Now, is this perfect? No. Is it different? Yeah. I think we'll put hack 2 there. Okay. It's a different room. It's kind of similar to this room, but just not quite. This one's going to have a flat wall. This one's going to have a curved wall. But I think it's kind of neat. It's kind of cool. This one, we might as well extend the hallway here as well. So let's take a rectangle tool and do some erasing. And then we'll do some drawing here. We could just draw a square from this hallway right here. Sure. Now you got an intersection. You got different routes you can go. Okay, different routes to go. So the guards can come down here to hack 2. They can also come straight forward to hack 4 or something like that. Is this too many options? Maybe. Could be too many options. You got 1, 2, 3 on guard. 1, 2. Actually, we're gonna draw away from intruders to go this way if they want to. Okay. In terms of vents, I'm not sure how we're gonna do that yet. I did want to give guards the ability to vent into H4. So they have a way to defend it fast if they want to. Actually, you could do that from guard spawn. Or could do it from H2. I think H2 to H4 vent would actually be pretty cool. Let's do that. We'll do a vent from H2 to H4. So there's going to be a vent from this hallway into this room over here, which we haven't even done yet. So I think it would also be a good idea for us to work moving up on the other side as well. This is actually a pretty big map when you consider it. Like there's actually quite a bit going on. We've probably made a really large project for ourselves, but this looks pretty good. This is going to be our new reference point. Let's take a capture of it. All right. There we go. This is now map 5. Map 5, save it. And we'll open it. This is now our new reference map. For some reason, I kind of clipped it a little bit off, but it's okay. We can hold on. We'll snip it again. Where's the snip tool? Here we go. There. Save as map 5. Done. Okay. Okay, here we go. All right, back to Unity. Okay. So from here, it looks like we will eventually do probably a vent here, which I could just write that in as a vent or a door. Both are options. Might be better to have a door actually that goes in there instead of a vent. But we'll see. We'll have to play around with it. We haven't even gotten to vents yet. I think that's the one thing about map making that I find not as enjoyable is the intimidation. It's very intimidating because you have hundreds of hours in front of you to complete something. Because just greyboxing alone has taken me so much time. Now, to be fair, I am learning how to use Unity and how to, map make for the first time, so it's going to take longer than usual. But even if I knew Realtime CSG very well and I knew how to map make and I made up a number of like 10 maps under my belt, I would still probably be at the same point. Maybe not as intimidated, but definitely feel like, okay, we got a lot of work ahead of ourselves. Okay, let's keep working. Now, this is where we're going to do the crescent moon. I kind of want to work on the crescent moon right here, right now, because I feel like it's going to be the most difficult shape to do. It's going to be the most difficult thing for us to tackle now. Let's work on this crescent moon here and figure out how the heck we're going to do it. So it looks like we have a hallway that is going to be at an angle here. Guard spawn is... We're kind of overflowing guard spawn, so we gotta kind of stay a little bit tighter in here. We're gonna go to generate and start generating, and I think obviously this map is more of a reference point. Are we actually going to go build this to scale? Likely not, but we're going to try to work around with it as best we can. This is the idea. Bringing the idea to life is going to be the hard part, but we don't really want to extend our hallway anywhere further past guard spawn here. Yeah, that would be not a good idea. So we don't want to be building stuff out here. That's just too far. We want to try to keep it compact. And so far we're doing that. Things are pretty compact with this map, but we need to be able to build this in here. And we don't want to come out here. So we're gonna start. We're gonna build a cylinder. Okay, so this, let's not do that there. Let's do this here. Cylinder, generate. Cylinder. I think this cylinder is going to be big enough. Maybe 20. 20 could be too big. Let's do 15. And we also need a scale. So let's stop doing that. We're going 0.5 all the way. Okay, let's scale our cylinder here. Radius of 15. Oh, kind of a little bit too far. We'll just move this over once we got it built. Okay, that should be good. Instantiate the object. Place. Let's just take a look at the corners here. Yeah, that is 1 meter long. Okay, great. This is our circle room. Now we need to cut out to get the the rest of the circle. And we're going to go generate, and we're going to generate our cutout, which is, interestingly enough, well, we might have to start paying attention to the hierarchy here. So now where is this guy? Okay, this brush we're going to rename as cylinder floor. Okay, cylinder floor. Now, the subtraction, what I learned while watching the CSG video is that subtractions need to be below additions. So these are subtractions. As long as these subtractions are below their additions, they will subtract. But if they are above their additions, they will not subtract. And that's why we were running into a real-time CSG problem earlier before, and I didn't understand why that was happening. It had to do with the hierarchy. Now I know. Okay, I've learned something new. So we're going to take another cylinder here, generate, and we're going to generate a subtraction. This time, this is going to be... So this is going to be on top of here. This should be probably 10 for the... Yeah, 10 for the radius. Okay, that looks pretty good. Instantiate the object. We're going to go to surfaces here, change the surface to red, so we can see just how much we're going to end up cutting out. And then we're going to go to place mode and move this over to see how does our moon look. Okay, that moon looks pretty good, honestly. But this could be bigger. I think instead of 10, we do 13 or 12.5 for a room. So we're going to delete the cylinder. We're going to go back to generate here. Kind of put this in the middle of the spot. We're going to go to a size of 12.5. I think we were doing 10 before. We're doing 10 before? Yeah, 10. Now this might be too big. We'll find out. I'm going to go place mode. Object, this is instantiated. How does this look? Well, that looks pretty good, but it's almost like we cut out too much. So it looks like 12.5 is not the way. I think we're going to go with 11.5 for the cylinder room. I think that should be good enough. Okay, so we're going to go back to generation. We're going to go to 11.5. Raise it up. Enter. Place this, bring it over. How's that look? So far, so good. That is 11.5. That is a pretty decent moon cutout, I would say. If I do say so myself. Does this line up here? It almost does. Okay, I think what we'll do is we'll bring it to the bottom, then bring it to the side. That should go over one more. This should, that touches that corner. Okay, great. So this is where we're going to subtract. I think if we're walking around this room, this would be kind of a cool room to walk around. I like it. Okay. Wow, the camera's going super crazy. Okay, so now this guy, this is going to be in a subtraction. And we're going to make this kind of big. This one we're going to make bigger with, oops, this is a subtraction. Did we make subtraction here? Yeah, we did. Okay. We're going to edit this to make it a little taller. Okay, now we're going to edit this guy and make this one taller. Ooh, cool. How tall do we want to make it? Not sure. We'll go with 10 meters. Is that too much? Maybe. Okay, edit this one. Fantastic. Did I do that right? Hold on. There we go. There we go. Did we want to do a subtraction? No, I think actually this might be an intersection. What happens if we intersect here? No, that's not an intersection. This is subtraction. Oh, wait a minute. No, this is an addition. And this one's a subtraction. This subtraction? Is not. Is it intersection? No, wait. If we did do that, oh god, how do we do this? This needs to be solid. And this needs to be, I think this might be an intersection. Time to use intersection, to be honest. Okay, I just realized that this is actually a wall the whole way around. Okay. Okay, now this might have to do something with the hierarchy here. So we have cylinder floor, cylinder 1. Rename cylinder 2. Okay, so I think it might be the case that we actually have to place one of these inside the other. So this is cylinder 1, this is cylinder 2. Let's try putting cylinder 1 inside cylinder 2 and then switching this to an intersection. Subtraction. Addition. Okay, that does not work. Let's try to do this the other way around. We'll put the cylinder tool. Addition. Addition. Why is this named cylinder tool? It should be named cylinder 1. Cylinder 2. I have no idea what the heck I'm doing it right now. Absolutely no clue. Okay, cylinder 2, put inside cylinder 1, see what happens. When we do that, there's an addition. There's some weird crap going on there. That does not work. But what if we did intersection? No. Okay, we don't want to do that. Take it out. Cylinder 2 is now above cylinder 1. If we go cylinder 1 and we do subtraction, well, that is a wall. That's not the wall we're looking for. There's not the wall we're looking for. Go intersection? No. Addition. Okay, what if we move this down below and we did subtraction? Okay, that kind of gets us the shape we're looking for. However, now we need to be able to make this shape and cut it out inside. I don't know how exactly we're going to do that. If I put this underneath here, does that stay? No, it doesn't. Okay. I think I need to create an object, actually. Create empty. Game object. Call it moon. I'm going to put moon here. Put these inside moon. Okay, now this is moon. This is moon. I can move the moon around. I learned this in the tricks and tips section. The tips and tricks section. Okay, still no idea what the heck I'm doing. This cuts into here, which is not great. We don't want that. So I'm not 100% sure what the heck it is I'm doing. Now this is the inside cylinder. I could create this edit mode here. I could do this so that doesn't cut off now, and bring it down. So we do kind of get the moon shape, but not quite. This isn't really what we're looking for. This is the inverse of what we're looking for. But what we might be able to do is use the intersection tool here. I just don't know how exactly this works. So of course we decide to tackle the hardest thing first. Of course we would do that. Let's generate a box. And I think the box needs to be the size of this thing. No, we want box. Okay, sure. Now that should work. Now if we take this box, this moon, and we go into intersection mode. If we do this, then we edit. We can't intersect that. We can we? No, we cannot. We can't intersect this. And then if we take this moon and we move this in here, oh, I have no idea how this works. It's cool though. It almost worked. I think that almost worked. Addition. What if this is subtraction? What if we put this moon inside this now? What happens? We just lose it. Okay, so let's put this back to addition. Now, what if we put the brush up here and then we make this an intersection? What happens when we move the moon inside now? Nothing. Okay, so intersection only seems to work underneath things. I just basically need to invert what's happening here. This moon is a challenge. I don't know how to do this. Oh boy. Of course I decide to like do all the most difficult things first. Okay, this has something to do with the hierarchy. If we can understand how the hierarchy works, then we can make this work. Good gravy. So how to use intersection. Select the selection to be an intersection operation hotkey. Cool. Can we make this a subtraction? And if we do that, what happens? What if we make this a subtraction and we move this in here? What happens? Whoa. Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. We get a circle. But, oh, wait a minute. What about cylinder 2? If we make this an addition. Did we do it? Oh my god, we did it. Oh my god, we did it. Oh my god. Okay. We actually did it. This subtracts. Holy crap. Okay, let's just move this up. Let's move the moon up by 1. What the heck? Okay. I don't want to move it up that high. I just need it to be like... The problem is that this is moving on, not on the grid for some reason. If I select the moon, there's a way to tick this so that the moon is actually moves all together at once when you select it. Well, it does do that right now, but does this need to be perfect? No. So this is sort of also not working at the same time. Let's just see what happens. When we extend cylinder 2, what happens? Oops. That's not what I want. Where's cylinder 2? Does that work? I think it does. Somehow. Okay, that one's still snapping on the grid, thankfully. Okay, so we have our room. However the heck it works, I don't know. Don't ask. Okay, but this box is kind of big. We don't need it to be this big. This brush? Yeah, here we go. So if we bring this over... I have no idea how I just created this. I have no idea how it works. I have no idea what's happening. Somehow we have sort of solved our problem. Not really. Okay, now this needs to come out a bit more. Even more so, actually, because... Oops. Okay, there we go. How about this side? Okay, we go into the box. We have this wall here. This is actually what we needed. Now, how to hook this up? Different problem. By some miracle, we just happened to figure out what we were doing. And that was sort of from watching a tutorial earlier. I still don't know how this works. But this is, in fact, these brushes. So what we could do here is we create a new object, create empty. We're going to call this moonbox. We're going to put brush 1 inside moonbox. We'll put brush 1 and moon inside of moonbox. There we go. Here we go. And then moonbox we can move around. Okay, great. So now the challenge is, how do we hook this up? I got no idea. I got no clue. No clue. Moonbox is Moonbox still working? It looks like Moonbox stopped working. Uh-oh. Okay, we made a mistake. Okay, we gotta take out... Or does this have to be inside? Hold on. Oh, now we've really messed things up. Okay, get rid of Moonbox. Okay, brush 1. Moon's below. Hierarchy. For some reason... Yeah, it should just be... Great, Moonbox. Yeah. Create new, create empty parent. Oh, whoops. Oh, okay, I see. Create empty parent. So this is brush 1, create empty parent. This should still work if I go in there. It doesn't. Why? That's so weird. This is game object. This was working with the hierarchy before, because we take this out. Look, still works. See? But we put this in, for some reason, when you put it into the parent, it stops working. I don't know why. It's kind of annoying though. Okay, so get rid of that. Delete. That's how it's going to be. That's how it's going to be. Okay. So now we need a box. Just going to do a hallway here. We're going to use a subtraction tool. We're going to make this subtract. We're going to edit. Nope, subtraction. Let's move it into here and see what happens. Nope, that's not what I want to do. Brush. C. Does it work? I think it does. Okay, great. So that's awesome. So we can get rid of that. Holy crap, I think we can actually make this work. Let's brush 1. We're gonna rename this to moon box moon inside. Okay, so we know exactly what's going on there. We're gonna create a actually we're gonna use this guy. No, hold on. We need a standard hallway. We need a standard hallway. Let's take a look at this. How does this look? Okay. If we duplicate this, this is a subtraction. This is subtraction, unfortunately. Rough. Can we do an intersection? Oh, no, let's not do that. Okay, let's delete that. Okay, what about this? If we select these, can we duplicate this? Kind of, yeah, but that's not exactly what we're looking for, but also at the same time, it kind of is. Okay, let's get rid of that. What we want is to subtract into here to make a hallway. So we're going to use this piece. Okay, this will be our hallway. We're going to bring this up. Oops. We're going to bring this up by 2. Then we're going to edit you. So it is 6 meters tall. I think that is the height that this is. This is 5 meters. Okay, we need to go down by 1 meter. Okay. We're going to use you to measure how many of these we need. This is just a measuring stick. Grab this, edit this, pull this all the way over here so we have a rough idea how long our hallway needs to be. We'll get rid of these. Okay, this is our hallway for now. Now we want to rotate this on a 45-degree angle. So we're going to go to the rotate tool here, and we're going to rotate this guy. Oops, we're going to make sure this snaps to 15. Then we're going to rotate this guy to a 45. Is that 45? There we go. Okay, now we're going to move you, and we're going to do subtraction tool, and we're going to move off the rotation tool into the subtraction mode. Now see the reason why this isn't subtracting, and I learned this because I would get frustrated here, is the hierarchy issue. This block needs to actually be below the moonbox. And this, so this brush, we need to bring this brush all the way down to below the moonbox, and now you can see it is subtracting. So now this should work. Problem is our moonbox still working? Yes, it is. Okay, fantastic. So the moonbox is working. The only problem is that this part of the moonbox is actually quite high, and we need to move this down. So we need to go in the edit mode, and we need to go bring this all the way down, like so. Great. Now we need to take this guy, which is the cylinder 2, and you bring this all the way down so that it comes and we don't want to go down. We don't want to go down that far. There we go. Okay. The moonbox is in working order. Now, in terms of this hallway section here, this is going to be the tricky part. We're going to call this subtraction hallway. Moonbox subtraction hallway. So we know what's happening. We're going to place this a little bit further in. think that should work. Okay, so this kind of works, kind of doesn't. Kind of weird. Like it works, at the same time it looks wonky as heck. What we could do instead is do like a right angle hallway into that circle instead. So what I mean by that is let's rotate this back to 90 or 0, and we're going to place this back to place mode. I'm going to place this in here. Okay. The hard part is actually visually observing this as it's happening. So here we could do this. So now you have like a door that goes in here. It stops, and then you can start going inside of it, which is kind of cool, to be honest. I like that. Make a block upstairs. That could work. Alternatively, what else could we do? We could actually push it farther in. So we could push it all the way in like this and have a right angle hallway here, and then you can come into the moon room, which is also kind of cool. I like that idea as well. But the thing is, how do we measure that, and how do we measure where the best option is to do that? That's going to be tricky, but I think we can get that done. Actually, what I think we can do here is if we just come to this box like such, we just are trying to find the intersection between these 2 points. So we need another subtraction box. I'm going to bring this here, and then we're going to rotate them. Here we go. Rotate that 90, bring this over, and bring it this way. Okay, now we have a right angle right in here. Now, is it in the exact center of the circle? I'm not sure, but we can make that work. Now, cool thing is, we can also make another weird hallway. If we duplicate this here, I'm going to move this guy over just a little bit. And now we're going to rotate it once again. We're going to go for a 45-degree angle here. Now we're going to move it over and make this intersection hallway, which looks kind of cool, honestly. I like that. I'm going to push this up, push this back. That looks kind of sick. I like that. That looks dope. We can also edit this so it doesn't come out all the way. Oh god, no, we can't do that. All right. No, we can do that on the local grid. If we edit this way, we should be able to. Let's see. Where is this? If we have edit on local grid, we should be able to just pull the box back. Yeah, we can. Okay. There. Great. Okay. We now have a hallway here that we can work with. And there's 3 ways to go, which is kind of a cool hallway, to be honest. I like this. So this box here is actually being overstretched, and we need to edit it. So we need to bring this in like so. And we do the same thing here. Bring it all the way in like so. So now we have this corner, and now we just need a way to get inside the moon room. To do that, what we can do is we can just duplicate this box. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Now we're going to go in place mode. We're going to duplicate this box. And now we're going to rotate them. We're going to go back to local grid because we don't need to be on the angle anymore. Rotate. 45 degrees. And now we're going to just use this as a door, so we don't need to actually, we don't need it to be this big. Go back to place mode, edit, gonna bring this over here. This is just gonna be a door frame. This is all this is gonna be. It's all it needs to be. Now we might make that a little bigger and move it around here. Let's go to place mode. Okay, so it doesn't really like being placed here. I mean, at least so far it doesn't. We can do this, but it's just kind of wonky. Wow, there's something trippy going on there. If we drag this over, I think this is because we're doing 2 subtraction nodes, perhaps. We drag this over. Looks a little strange. You have that little lip there, which isn't great. If we do this, that kind of gets rid of it, kind of does, and okay. And then we could also alternatively just bring it in further, but then we start to clip into this corner, which is not great. So we might need to put this one on a 45-degree angle as well. So let's delete it for now. Let's grab this guy and let's duplicate him and see if we can make this work over here. This might work. Okay, push it like so. Now, since we're on global, we want to switch to local grid. Grab this again. Edit mode. Bring this all the way back. Okay, great. So that kind of kills some of our corner there, which we don't really want. This is actually a very complicated shape. Like, should we have done this or should we just leave it alone? I feel like we should just leave it alone, but we are learning things here, so that's kind of useful at the same time. It does create this kind of interesting cover scenario here, which I like. A little mazy, but it's cool. Maybe it'd be better to do this with like a round shape instead, but this is what we have at the moment. Okay, so I don't really like that. Like, this is round, so is that. But then you come over here, and then there's just this like weird, you know, roof. And we're making like a pie shape here. And then optionally on this area, things are getting funky on this wall. So I almost want to abandon this because I just don't like how it's turning out. I might do that. I don't like abandoning it, but it's complicated, and I don't really feel like I really understand like additive resolve and subtraction. I do a little bit, but not quite. You know, I just think I thought of an easier way to do all this. So this whole room here has been like a cluster of pain. I'm going to get rid of it, and we're going to start fresh. We're going to, you know what, we'll leave it. No, we're going to start fresh. We're going to end up deleting this anyway. Oh God, what did I just do? Get rid of that. Delete. Okay, Moonbox is gone. Moon. Delete the moon. No, the moon anymore. The moon has been deleted. Okay. Let's try this one more time. But instead of doing, what we're going to do is we're going to do a circle. Like a big giant, what do you want to call it? Cylinder. We're going to cut it out, and then we're going to add another cylinder inside of it and see what happens. So I think that's actually what we're trying to do, and that would be much easier than what we have been doing. So let's go to generate. Let's go to cylinder, and let's try this out. So we're going to go 15, and we're going to raise this up by 2. Actually, no, we're going to raise this up by 8. Where is it? 8? Yeah. It's 8, right? Yeah, okay, 8 is correct. Good enough. Go to place mode. We're going to bring this over here. Bring this close to our spot that we are working with. Okay, great. Now we should be able to just put a hallway into here, so it should be no problem. We take this guy and push him down. Does he have room? No, he doesn't. We need to go over 2. And then we're going to bring this over here. Okay. In theory, this should hopefully work. Actually, let's delete that. We'll just put this close. We'll just put this close and make it work. Okay, as close to this shape, we'll make it work. It's gonna be a little weird, but it should work. Okay, so we're gonna actually make this one as tall as this guy beside it, for the sake of ease and simplicity. Is that at the same height? We can go up one more. There we go. It's at the same height. Okay, great. Now we're gonna go place mode. We're gonna try this one more time, but this time we actually want to make this smaller. We should probably generate it on top of it and then make it smaller. Is it 15? Let's because I don't think I can just resize the cylinder on the corners here. Like if I go to edit mode and I go to the corner, like this is just gonna make weird shapes inside. So we're gonna delete that. We're gonna generate another cylinder. And we're going to generate it at not 15, but 14. Okay, 14 should be good. We're going to bring it up all the way to, we'll just bring it extra high. And then we're going to color it. We're going to go to surfaces and we're going to color it blue or some other color. Green, blue. Let's go blue. Blue is easy. Okay, now we're going to go to place mode. We're going to grab this cylinder. We're going to bring it over here and see how well does it line up with a wall around it. Okay, so it looks like the wall is relatively aligned. Should be like 1 meter of thickness all the way around. It looks like it is. Okay, I think we did it correctly. Now let's subtract. And since it's below, if we go subtraction, it should work. Fantastic. Now we can bring that up. Okay, now we have a cylinder room. Yay. We're starting to learn how this works. So this is cylinder wall, rename. Cylinder wall cutout, rename. Okay, fantastic. That is a start. Now we can alternatively here just add a hallway in right in the middle. Or what we could do is create another cylinder and create that moon room maybe. So let's try generating one. What we did before was like a 14 wall. So let's do like an radius. Let's do a 10 wall. Okay, instantiate the object and let's move it over. We have just created a moon room way more easily than we did before. This should work. Do we have a moon room? Yeah, we do have a moon room now. So when you come in here, widens out, hack room, you can walk around. Perfect. We can always add a roof later. So it doesn't need to be this tall. We'll bring it down. And the reason this works is because the subtraction is on the, what should I say, is above. So that's why the hierarchy is so important. Now, surfaces, let's just make this orange so we kind of see what's happening. Or purple. Purple works. Okay. Look at that. That looks pretty cool. It's working. Sort of. Now we just need to figure out how we're going to make a hallway to get in there. And I think what we can do is do a cutout right here. Possibly. So we'll see if that works. We'll grab this guy. We'll duplicate him. And we will do an subtraction. Now, the reason this subtraction is not working is because this brush is so much higher up in the hierarchy, so we got to bring it down below. Now we can edit this, bring this up, and bring this over. Whoa, not that way. Move it over like so. Now we have a hallway that goes into our moon room. Now the question is, how are we going to make the moon room work? Now, this is the tricky part, but I think what we should do is have it come out right here and right here, and then like cut it out like a square, sort of. We'll have to put in like multiple sets of squares. But the problem is this guy, I want to keep the square situation here the same. I don't want to like, I want to measure this correctly. I don't want it to be like weird, you know? So I think this is too long right now. Nope. Okay, this is fine. This hallway is kind of narrow. This one less so. It's okay. It doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to get the job done. Okay, I think what we'll do is just duplicate these. Oops. We'll duplicate them to move it in for moving around. And I think that'll be easier for like measuring how we want to do this. So we get inside here. Question is how we want to place the next one. Try duplicating it again. Let's go over here. Okay, so this is now starting to cut out in a weird angle. We don't want that to happen. We want to cut out in a nice angle. So it should be just like a nice wall. However, as you can see here, this cutout here is not actually operating the way we want it to because there is that sliver from the moon shape. So because of that, what we need to do is need to move the cylinder wall, the cutout, and the brush inside of it. And we need to put this inside of like another object ideally. But if we do this, that should hopefully fix the issue. And it pretty much does. This we can fix really easily. Yeah, this we can fix really easily. This right here has not been fixed yet, so we actually still need to bring it up more. Let's try that. Okay, that looks pretty good. There is a right angle right there. This should, in theory, work. So let's try and make it work. So we'll save that. Now this object here, we can start working with. Now, the wall here is kind of weird. So if we move the wall, we essentially, it's kind of hard to match the wall up with the sliver. Like, it's kind of weird. It's weird geometry, to be honest. Yeah, this is really weird geometry. What might work better is if we just did like an angled piece right in here, and then the hacks are on the left and the right side, which could be kind of neat. Maybe we do that instead. That honestly might be the best game plan. Because otherwise, this is just going to get so wonky. This is such a weird shape. Do we really want a cylinder or a moon-shaped rune? I mean, I don't see why not. But yeah, the geometry here is just going to get kind of like glitchy and strange if we do it this way. So I think that's why if we are going to do this, we need to change up how we do this. So let's get rid of that shape. We want to come in here at a corner angle. So measuring from the center would be really nice, though I just don't know how to do that. But we can try with a box. Perhaps. Like if we went like this. Hold on. If we did this and went here. Okay, great. And now we just rotate this. Find our rotate tool. Rotate you 45-degree angle. Now we put you on the local grid and we go to the edit mode and we bring you back to place mode. No, we put you on the edit mode, place mode here, and then we bring the, oh boy, we bring this back here. Look at that. Okay, now if we bring this up, we can use the subtraction mode. Bring you down. Whoa. Go back to place mode, bring you down. Here we go. Now this might actually work. Go to edit mode and bring this out. Okay, so it kind of does, kind of doesn't. I thought that would be dead in the middle, but it is not. And I think that might be because this block is not in the middle. Could be that. That could be the reason why. Okay, that actually might fix it. That actually might fix it. Let's try to make this work. Okay. So, we're going to grab all this. Can we grab all of this? I think so. There's got to be a way. How do you do that? Just can't do it here for some reason. Okay. So this box right here, not needed. This box right here, not needed. This, on the other hand, we can just go through this hallway and you have two options here, which is kind of cool. I like it. We can put a computer on each side. It's just kind of a weird room, but I like the room. Let's edit this. Are we on local grid? Yes, we are. That looks like a pretty decent room. Cool. Okay, so we're going to grab this, this. Hold on, we need to place it all. This guy, this guy, this guy, this guy. And if we move this all around, everything should move together. It does. Holy cow, look at that. That is cool. That is really cool. We made the room we were trying to make, and it somehow works. Now, we could rotate this room now. I think if we can just group all this stuff together. Can we group it all together? Group selection. Operation 1. Sick. It's groups. Let's see. Can we rotate this? Yes, we can. Oh, baby. Okay, let's go to place mode here. We're gonna bring this over. This is cool. Okay, look at that. Now we kind of cut into this room a little bit, which is a little weird. Unfortunately, if we do it this way. So, do we want that to happen? Probably not. But what we could alternatively do is just, unfortunately, we can't easily redraw this unless we like went edit and maybe we would like move that face out. So let's not do that. That's a bad idea. But Operation 1 here actually does work. We could put it on... Could put it on an angle so it doesn't come in this way and come over here. Whoa. I don't really want to do that. Operation 1. No, Operation 1. Placement. So maybe we just do a rotation and try to come in from the angle like right here instead. So let's do that. Let's go to rotate. We're going to place mode. Actually, we could do this. This could be kind of cool. Let's rotate this onto a 45. I think that's what it was on anyway. Go to place mode. Bring this here. Sick. Okay, cool. And you can come in from this hallway and go in here. Come from this hallway and go right in here. There's a hack room. Does this exceed this room? By a little bit. By a little bit. Is it a major deal? No. Would it be ideal if it was over here a bit more? Yes. But it does increase some room here between this room and this room. So, you know, it's not the worst thing in the world. It's kind of fun. I like it. Now, I would say that guards definitely have an advantage because all three hacks are pretty close to guard spawn. So that's good. It does give them some time to like figure out a setup. I don't mind that. This is whack. I can't believe we solved this like moon room. This is sick. Okay, let's take a look at this guy and edit him on the local grid and just bring this to there. We don't need to bring it all the way out. Right here, Can we go back a bit? We can. Okay. So that's good. And then this guy, I think we can like place this so. Oh, we can't. Bummer. Actually, we just need this one to be higher than this guy. Right? Oh, it is. What if we put it lower? There we go. That stays tiled. Okay, great. Holy cow. We're getting somewhere. Let's bring this out here. We need to go there and draw it in. We're gonna actually go a little farther. This wall also needs to be below the moon rim. Edit it. There we go. And also edit it to go out this way. Okay, great. Look at that. Geometry is actually pretty good. We're gonna grab this guy, duplicate him, bring him over here, spin him around. Getting actually pretty good, like at real-time CSG now. I'm feeling a lot more confident than I did before. It feels less difficult to use and a little bit more intuitive now, which is really nice. Okay, so this guy is almost a little bit too aggressive here with this corner. 1, 2, 3. That should be open enough to get in there. That should be fine. It doesn't need to be that tall. We can figure out the roof later. This cutout, though, should probably be a little smaller. There we go. Solves the roof issue. This has a little bit of clipping, but it's pretty minor. I mean, we can make this a little thicker, I think, but it doesn't really make too much of a difference. Okay, that looks good. I like that. So I think as a guard, it's kind of cool. Like you can walk in through this door, you have a left turn into a right angle hallway, and then a right turn down here. You come into this room, you got this angled room, which I think is pretty cool. You don't see angled rooms too often. I think it's because working with the geometry is just like really whack. We're definitely making things harder for ourselves, but at the same time, that challenge also comes with increased skill. So making it harder for ourselves isn't always necessarily a bad thing. And in regards to this hallway, like if we want to fix it up, we can obviously do that with, okay, where is this meter? Unfortunately, if we do meter on that side, it meters the whole thing. So we should have the same wall on the same on the outside. We'll figure that out later. Textures is a future problem. But holy cow, look at this. We got the moon room. Like the basic moon room set up. It looks pretty sweet. I like it. Now, I'm not really sure how we're going to handle this moon room, and does this perfectly work? Not really. Like, it's not perfectly symmetrical. Are you going to notice? You might. From this angle. If you look at it, you actually might notice that it is slightly strange. That's okay. You know, especially because this is 3 on this side, and this is like 3.5, but you know what? It works. I'm not too worried about it. Maybe we can move this over and it would change things. Let's see. How does it affect it? That looks arguably a little better. Doesn't really affect it in a negative way. Does it here? Not totally, but maybe we can just try moving it over and see what happens. So, ooh. That actually might be what we want to do. Maybe. 2.5, 2.25. What if we take this guy and move him all the way to the edge here, and all the way to this edge here? So it's like the box model there. And then we look at this from here. It's almost the same. And from here, inside here, it's even, which is cool. We just got to take this guy and extend him right here. And when you look through here, you have, well, wow. Actually, that doesn't really work. I mean, it sort of does, but also doesn't at the same time. And it creates a weird problem there. Yeah, I don't know if we want to do that. Hold on, what if we make it wider? We could make it wider. That does get rid of that wall. But also gets rid of that wall. Yeah, that looks weird. We're going to go back to where we were before. Okay, so this, I think we can maybe still tidy it up a little bit. Nah. I think it's as good as it's going to get for now, and I'm okay with it. Looks decent, doesn't look bad, doesn't look perfect, but doesn't look bad. By the way, like we're not trying to go for perfection here. We're just trying to get it we're trying to get a playable map done. That's all. And we've almost made it. And we actually somehow managed to figure out how to do this by some miracle. We definitely need to figure out a vent system soon. And that'll be kind of like, I think I'll leave vents to like the last part once we blocked out everything. So we'll leave it. Now, the one downside about this map is that it is all very flat. You know, you're going to go from this room to this room, this room. Everything's flat surfaced. There's not much verticality in here. So it's kind of boring, to be honest with you. I think it's like not that exciting. We could make this a staircase, but man, that would be weird to make and difficult. I don't know if we really want to do that. So I think we're going to leave that there for now. We could alternatively take out this hallway and put a staircase up to a second level here, and guards come in from the top level, which I think would be fun, to be honest, because then there's a hack node down here. Guards have advantage on hack 4. They would have an advantage on hack 2 for distance, and hack 1 for distance, and hack 4 they have advantage. Hack 3 would be the one hack that intruders would most likely go to first because it'd be the easiest one to get. And battling from this direction would be interesting, so they might want to actually force the intruders down the hallway to go after the guards. So I think that actually could be kind of cool if we do a ramp system there. Give defenders the advantage right here. But to make stairs to get up here, that is a different story. How we're going to do that, I think we can accomplish it. We could give them both options alternatively, which would also be kind of fun. So maybe we should do that instead. Stairs is pretty easy to generate, I think. Linear stairs. The only problem is that when you do stairs like this, they like, you know, it works, but wow, that's some lag. How do we like invert it? Do we want to get up that high? I guess so. Yeah, that's where we want to go. That's second level. So we could do that. You come around here, you can go up your stairs, or you can go down the hallway into the door. I think what we can do actually is we take these and we duplicate it, and then we invert it, we rotate it. Hold on. Or hold on, maybe we bring it down here, and what we do instead is, instead of rotating it, we do subtraction. But then we go like this and move down one. Get rid of, oh God, what's that do? Okay, is there, okay, so now we're going to duplicate this, and this one we're going to subtract. Then we're going to move over here. For some reason, this is actually a ton of CSG objects. Some subtract and some don't. That's kind of odd. Why is that happening? I'm going to delete that. Let's try this again. Let's duplicate. Here we go. Move it down like so. Now we're going to go into subtract mode, and then we're going to move this in here. See what happens. Okay, great. So that actually works. That actually works. And then your stairs here just go up. The problem is that this guy is too thick. So we need to like get rid of some of that wall here, which we can do. It shouldn't be an issue getting rid of some of the wall there. And then adding a door frame up here with like, you know, a what do you want to call it? A balcony. I think that'd be cool. You can drop down. I think that would add some really cool verticality to this level. I think we're going to do that. Yeah. That's cool. I like that. So guards can come out here. Instant choice of hallway, sniper shootout, or up here to protect package room from above. Intruders only get access currently from below, so they're going to get shot at if they open this door. Or they could also shoot the guards from up there, but there could be like guards up there. So I think it's like, it makes this hack dangerous, which is fun. I think there's like some tension there. I like that. Okay. This does work. Ooh, that makes the stairs look nice. I like that. Can we go up a bit? No. I want to move this up by not a full block. That's a full, is that a full meter? No, that's 0.5, 0.025. How about that? Yeah, there we go. And then we go 0.025 here. 0.025 here. Then we go this way. To me, that looks pretty cool. Look at that staircase. Look how easy it was to make that. Amazing. And we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we got room for the hallway as well. Staircase looks good to me. Only issue is down here, which we can fix pretty easily. So if we go to our brushes, we got a lot of brushes. Brush 1, just delete that one. That fixes that problem. And yeah, that fixes that problem. Getting up here, different story. We're going to need to cut this out. So let's get this guy, this wall. Oh, that's not a wall. This is a wall. Here we go. Gonna bring this here. Now we want to go back to 0.5. Oops, not by 5, 0.5. Oops. Why? Oh my gosh, why is that not cooperating? There we go. Okay, here we go. Go here. This is just a cutout. This area. Edit. Bring this down. Bring this over. It doesn't need to be all the way there. Bring it down again. Okay. Oops. Nope, not like that. Sometimes real-time CSG is really easy to use. Sometimes it's like a real pain in the butt. Okay. I think it just has to do with your skill level, though, to be honest. Like, my skill level definitely could use some improvement. But we're getting there. Whoa! Speaking of which, okay, if we go to subtraction here. This should have worked, but you know why? It's because it's actually so much farther higher up in the hierarchy. So we need to bring it down below here. Come on, all the way down. Come down. All the way down. All the way down. Come on. Okay, put it between there. There. It's subtracted. It's subtracted. Perfect. This ramp, we're going to need a ramp that goes up here. This is where we need to use a 3D object to make the ramp. But before we do that, I want to take this guy and extend him. So we're going to look for the bottom brush here, which should be the top one. Perfect. And we're going to extend this just above the door frame here. Perfect. Okay. We're also going to do a cutout. So right here, we're going to need to draw. Generate mode. We're just going to go cutout. Ooh, boy. Right. Cutout here is kind of weird because cutout is actually this guy. So we're just going to move that up. And move this right there. That easily duplicated the door so fast. Actually, right now we are getting better at real-time CSG because I'm actually moving things where they need to be. Holy crap. Look at the speed at which we got that door in. Crazy. Crazy. Okay, glass room. Perfect. Okay. Now, intruders can see in, you can see in. We also going to need to do like a balcony up here, which we'll do in a minute. But for now, this works. Railing is going to be fun to do. We should do that. Probably might end up doing the railing in Blender, to be honest. This, like, does this look right? Arguable. I think we might want to move it like so. That looks more believable as a staircase. Okay, that's fine. Believable staircase implemented. Okay, sweet. That was so fast. I'm starting to get better at this. Okay, cool. Uh-oh, what did I just do? Okay, there we go. Make sure we save the project. Okay, awesome. We now have verticality to our map. That's sick. Now this room, honestly, I have no idea what I'm going to do with it. It's just so weird. Will we remove it? Probably not, but, you know, might be something we want to do in the future. We could add a balcony up here too. That could be kind of cool, but that'd also be much more difficult to add. That room is going to be a pain in the butt to design style. Not looking forward to doing that at all. Okay, so yeah, this is it's a start. It's a start. Holy cow, this is so cool. Okay, so we've been miring our project for a little while now. We've got intruder spawn, this room, this hallway completed, and this room done. Well, the hallway is not completely completed, but it's somewhat completed. This staircase actually needs a ramp, so we're going to do that now. Game object, 3D object, we're going to add a cube. So this is where we're going to create our ramp for the staircase, so we make sure the staircase works. Thankfully, now that we know how to do this, because we had to deal with it earlier, it should be relatively straightforward. We're going to take off real-time CSG here. Oops, I don't know what that does. Oops, I don't know what that does. Okay, I'm going to go to there. Okay, now we're just going to go to our regular scale mode over here. Scale this puppy, bring him down, make sure he's wide enough. Great. I'm going to go to rotate, start rotating him. Place mode. So this is just a standard, not CSG. Okay. Now we want to make sure that this rotates correctly. Now these stairs might be too aggressive. I don't know for sure. They might be. Hopefully not. Hopefully they're pretty fine. Okay, let's go to scale again. Okay, great. That's scaled down. Good. Go into place mode here. How's that looking? Looking all right. Yeah, it's looking all right. There we go. Okay, now we go to rotate once again. Move it up. Getting this to like actually match up with the staircase is the tricky part. There's a little lip there, not a big lip. Tiny little hitch here, which might be an issue, so we're gonna make sure we don't have a problem with that. Okay, that looks pretty smooth to me. I think we got the angle right. In terms of moving this, I think it's almost good. Nope, we're gonna leave it up a little bit. So this has collision. All we got to do here, come into here and turn off mesh collider. And we also need to add component and go to object tagger. And then from here, we're going to add the ignore bullet. Okay, so let's test that. Make sure we can get up and down that ramp. Where is that? Brush 6.5. Hold on. I don't even know where we put that cube. We're going to rename this. Rename hallway, stairs, ramp. Transparent hallway, stairs, ramp. Okay. And let's test this. Go into Intruder, placing Intruder. See how this looks. Hopefully good. Hopefully good. Oh my god, I need a stretch. Ugh. Okay, join guards. Here we go. This is cool. We come through here, hallway, hallway. Got options. Come up here. It works perfectly. Come down. Awesome. There's a little bit of a lip. You step up it, but like right here, you can see there's a little lip there. Not very noticeable. I could try to edit that out. Not a huge deal, but let's go to transparent hallway stairs. Let's just turn on mesh renderer again. This is the lip. Let's see, rectangle tool. Actually, can rectangle tool do that? No, we can't edit the bird. We can't edit the scale, unfortunately. Okay. Fortunately, that lip is going to drive me nuts unless I actually fix it. Oops. Oh, yeah. This overhangs a little bit, but not a lot. Just a little bit's fine. Okay, and then come down here. Still a lip. That's barely a lip. Unfortunately now, this is kind of thick. Rotate scale tool. Yeah, but if I do that, it increases the lip, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. Rotate tool, maybe the boss here. It's pretty hard to get this right, like on the money, without any issues. That lip is just annoying. You know what we're gonna do? Increase the scale and put another little object here. Maybe. Nah, you know what? It works. It's good enough. I don't think you're gonna notice it, but if you do, that's fine. But I could add a little like tilted ledge so it's not so noticeable, like that little bump, but that's I think that's kind of like just going a little bit over the top. Let's just try it. If you notice a bump, I don't think most people are going to notice the bump. If they do, I don't think they'll care that much. What matters more is that the map is playable and there's no bugs. Join guard. Okay, let's try going up there, see how it does. We also need to make sure this collides. Okay, so we can move up the ramp. Honestly, barely noticeable. I think it's fine. Okay, we're good. Actually, do you take damage from falling up here? This is interesting. So if you fall from up here, you do not. Okay, good to know. Can I go through the door? I cannot. Okay, no problem. Okay, exit to main. Grab this guy and set him to mesh render off. Okay, save. Did it. We added stairs, and they look pretty good. I like them. We'll change the color of that later. This is where the hack nodes are supposed to be. We're also going to need a balcony up here. We'll have to do. But I still want to finish the regular block out before we actually get to work out with any of that other stuff. So let's just take a look at how our block out is looking, and we'll go from there. Okay, main floor. We have finished intruder spawn, this room, this hallway, which has kind of been moved to like right here, and this room. So now all we got to work is our hexagon room and our other rooms that are attached from guard spawn. So yeah. Now I was thinking earlier that it'd be kind of cool to set this room below and then you kind of like walk down into it. I thought that'd be kind of a neat like vertical choice, but that would really heavily make this a guard map more than an intruder map. And I want to give the intruders at least one advantage. So this room is going to be that, hopefully that advantage that they get. H3 will be an easier hack than others. So I don't think moving down, as cool as moving down would be, we could still do it as long as there's sightline blocking. But yeah, it could be not a great option, especially if there's only one computer or like only one or two computers where you can hack. But we'll see. We'll see what we want to do here. But we're going to be working from this hallway here to start moving in there. And right now, as things are looking, like this room is like farther out than I wanted it to be. And we don't have a connection here. I would like to have a connection here, and I don't know how that's going to work. And we should probably block that out now. Or we could just leave this room as a circle. I mean, that's also a valid option. Or we could turn this cylinder into a box instead of a, you know, moon. And then we could have, instead of a moon, we could just have a 3/4 pie, which in some ways kind of makes things a little bit easier for us to work with, to be honest. I'm not really big on the moon because, I don't know, it just feels like it's going to be hard to work with later on for like designing stuff. Let's actually change it up. Let's create a box instead. I like that idea more. Okay, model. Tons of stuff going on here. Let's go to Realtime CSG, and we're going to generate. And we're going to generate a... Now this, if I remember correctly, was like a 12 by 12 box. We want to go to the global grid. Does that look right? Not necessarily. How big of a box do we want? We want it to basically be the width of this thing. Whoa. You know what? I think we'll just, we'll create a box like so. We'll go 20 by 20. Those are stairs. Box. What was this? 21, 20, 20 by 20. We gotta go surfaces, change the surface to orange. Where's our orange surface? Okay, then go to place mode, grab this box. Why are we not in place mode? Okay, grab this box. Okay, so what we could do instead is we could just do this. Then you got a pie. I don't know. Like, it's fine, I guess. I think we should definitely make this smaller though, go like 15 by 15. Okay, now let's go to place mode. Okay, now if this box is like, where is this? This brush is way below. This is an additive brush. We want to subtract. So we're going to bring this brush farther up the model. Bring it up here. That subtracts into here. Great. Geez, that's weird. Subtracts into here. This big cylinder room, it's okay. Gotta find the cylinder. Let's take this out. Okay, not bad. Honestly, I almost like that more. Honestly, I kind of like that more. I'm gonna get rid of that. We're done with the half moon. We're done with half moon. Okay, so what is this? This is cylinder wall cutout. Where's this brush? Brush one. Just gonna push this above here. Okay, so we have this long cylinder wall. What's this do? Okay, this is our cutout to get inside. It doesn't need to be that big anymore. This, on the other hand, is kind of pain in the butt because it's just where it is. All we need to do is actually just make this two of them. I think we can just resize it. Like if we go to edit and we go over here, that solves our issue, sort of. Actually, we don't even need this box. We just delete that. We got this big open room. Just come inside of. This is where a hack could be. Do we like this? I don't know. It's all right. Big giant room. Cool. It's kind of neat, actually. Like it just opens up to there. But like, how are we going to enter and exit this room? What kind of props are we going to put in there? I have no idea. We would need to like block sites for sure. And that could make it problematic, difficult to do. Let's, oh no, we'll go on local grid if we're going to resize that one. Okay, doors cut out here. Sick. How does this line up? Actually, I almost wonder if these should be lower in the hierarchy so this cutout looks a little nicer. I think that would be ideal. So this is, where's the cutout? There's the cutout. Yeah, this cutout. We put this here. That cuts out pretty nice. Relatively nice. If we bring it out like so, that's kind of a nice corner, actually. That looks, the walls look a little nicer if we do that. In terms of like putting the door frame in there, different story, how that's going to look, but yeah, we can work with that after. Okay, we'll need to fix those holes. This guy, can we just extend you? We can. Oops, not that piece. There we go. Okay, and as for this cutout here, that's fine. Can leave that as is. We don't really need to cut out that much. Maybe, but yeah, okay. Does it look, is it perfect? No, really big room though. And considering all the other rooms, how they're so tight, this is kind of like, I guess will end up being the feature room if we do this. Right? Like that's a pretty big room. And this one can be a big room too. So we could have this is a big room and this is a big room, and those are two big feature rooms. Be right beside guard spawn. You have a hack in here. This will be like a transfer place where we can decide to go different routes. Okay, so far, like, the map is all right. I'm not crazy on it, but I like this better than the half moon, and I think it's going to be much easier to work with. What we're going to decide to put in here, I have no bloody idea. Not a clue, but we can figure that out later. Definitely, probably a transition point between these two rooms, I think would be kind of cool. For ventilation or something like that, like a ventilation vent. Maybe a way to get onto the ceiling higher up, and then you can like drop in or rappel down somehow with like a rope or something. That'd be kind of cool. Okay. So for now, I'm going to leave that room as is. If we want to change it later, we always have that option and can mess around with it. Wow, how long have we been recording? 2 hours, and for those 2 hours, what have we done? We have basically added a circle. Jeepers. This is why map making takes so long. We're getting better at it. The more you do it, the better you get at it. So no, that's not true. We added a circle and we added some stairs. Yay. Circle stairs. That's what we did. That's what we did. That's what we spent all of our time doing. All right. It's okay. So now we've got room here to make a cutout. Let's take a look at our map. What we're going to make here. We've got a box room here. This would almost serve better as a triangle room. Honestly, I think that'd be kind of cool. But we do already have a triangle room right here. But I mean, hey, why not, right? Like, it's kind of fun. Let's go generate mode, and that would be a free draw generate most likely. So let's see how it looks. We're gonna go from here 30 meters. Sure, let's try it. 10 meters above. How tall is this one? This is 12 meters. Okay, we'll go. How tall is this now? 12 meters. Sure. Okay. Let's hit that rotate up. Going to go surfaces, change the color of you so it's easier to see you. We're going to change it to red as usual. And we're going to place you. We're going to, oops, uh-oh. There we go. Placement mode. Place you in here. Now this is an absolutely massive room in comparison to other rooms we've already built. So do we want to make this? Let's just ballpark it right now. Right now it's kind of too big. We're going to bring this down a bit. Resize it. How long is this wall? This is 26.5. Let's do 26 meters. This one 28. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 24. It's 24, and this one's how long? 2012. What about here? What's this? 26. 26, 25.5? 26. Okay, there. Perfect right angle triangle. Got a door that goes in a weird way. Okay, but we'll start working with it, see what we can do. Okay, we're gonna grab this guy. Place mode. Duplicate. We're getting better with the shortcuts. Like, we made progress, obviously. Just it's a bit of a ride to get there. Green, we'll do green, sure. Edit mode. Okay, we're gonna go 2 blocks here, 2 blocks here, go over to this face over here. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, let's just do there. It's easier if we select the edges instead to like do the cutout. That looks good. That looks good. This one got moved over again. Okay, what the heck is going on? Whoa. Did we make a mistake here? Why is this moving around so weirdly? Okay, now it looks fine. Nope, this one's out of whack now. Is this one out of whack? The heck? Kind of. Weird. Okay. I don't know why I did that. That was strange. Okay. I'm gonna place mode. We're gonna go to subtraction and we're gonna bring this guy down. Okay. So you can come in here and you got this room, which honestly kind of looks cool because in relation to other geometry, it's kind of neat. I like it. That would just mean putting probably the door like right here instead. I would like to be able to make the door come from this angle, or like actually an angled door would be way cooler, which we could probably do, to be honest. We just have to push the hallway in a little further and make the hallway a little strange. Oops, let's duplicate this. So we have like some room to work with. Duplicate this once more. Now we're going to edit you, bring you up. This is going to need to go down farther on the hierarchy. It's, I'm pretty sure it's like way too low or way too high. Now we're going to go subtract tool. Bring you over here. Oops, nope. It's the placement mode. Okay, so this could work. Door like such. I would like to rotate this. Whoa. Are we adjusting the right thing here? Is that on a 45? There it is. Now it is. Okay. Move it around. Let's see. Ooh, that actually looks pretty sick. I like that. Can't go too crazy with it though. So otherwise it's not going to work very well. But let's edit this. Bring this out over here. Bring you down because we don't want to just necessarily clip the roof where we don't have to. There we go. Okay, we now have this room, which looks pretty cool. We could bring it up just a bit, back just a bit. Ooh, maybe not that much. Right here. Actually, yeah, you can come through here. You have this room here and you have this room here. That's kind of a cool angle to approach from. I really like that. I think that looks really cool. We can make that work without any issues, I don't think. It should be easy to put this wall in here without a problem. Let's grab this guy. Go to place. Actually, let's just generate a new one because if we do, then it generates below. We don't have to worry about... We don't want to free draw. We want a box draw. There we go. The draw's right on the box. Oops. Collides. And we got a door frame we can put right here. Only issue is that this is not cooperating on the size up right there. So if we bring this out, yeah, okay. So local grid, we'll go 0.025. Oh, what did we just do? What did we just do? Okay, there we go. Let's try this. That looks like it resolves the issue. Sort of. sort of. Now this guy, there we go. Could probably move over one more. There we go. I think we just need not 0.025 but 0.25 instead. That actually would have worked better. 0.025 is too much. 0.25. I've been doing that the wrong way the whole time. And then edit mode. No, not that guy. This guy. Here we go. Is that lipped? Kind of got some weird texture problem going on there. I would rather have this door frame like right here. But that's going to be a little weird if we do that. So we're going to bring it through. I'll put the door frame right there. That should actually work without a problem. If we put the door frame right on this line here, I think it'll be hidden from the texture. It shouldn't be an issue. Okay, we're going to go place this guy. We're going to go local grid generation. Hopefully this is not a problem. We'll go 0.5. Generate on this local grid. Great, that looks like it's going to work. Nice. Looks fantastic. Okay, generate once again. Let's instantiate the object. We're going to go with a door. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or we can do door that's 4. I think the door with 4 would look cooler. Push this in. You now have a door there. But since it's not completely whoa, that's a strange. There we go. Edit. Here we go. Whoa. I don't want global, I want local. I think that looks pretty good. Doesn't look perfect, certainly, but it does look neat. And it brings you in here, which is kind of cool. So I like it. This guy, on the other hand, I need another like thing to put here. Like a wall that comes down for a roof. Can we generate something on this local grid here? I believe we can. And we're just going to go place mode. Bring them down. Here we go. Bring this down here. Is that right on the roof? Yes, it is. Go to edit. Bring this block out. And then bring this here. Sick. That looks pretty good. It's slightly out of touch here. We're going to go to 0.025 this time because we actually need the accuracy. Grab this. There we go. That did not work the way as I hoped it would. 0.001 instead. Let's try that. As far as textures go, that's going to get a little wonky. Kind of a cool room, though. The textures we should probably be able to figure out. It's not going to be it shouldn't be a major issue. I can work with it. We can work with it. Okay, but cool room design. So you've got come in here, transition. You got 3 options. I think that's going to be kind of fun. I'm looking forward to playing this map. Okay, cool. This is not a hack room, by the way. This is just a transition room where firefights may or may not happen. I also wouldn't mind doing like a you know, a vent between these two corners or something like that. That could be fun. Just different ways to get around the map would be just cool. I think that's, I'm excited to play this. I think this is going to be a pretty fun map to play just because of like all the little different like routes you're going to be able to take to go to different locations, which I hope it works out well. I hope it works out well. I hope there isn't like a problem with like spawn camping or something like that, but hopefully, or not spawn camping, but like hack camping, in which case we might need to add like a 5th hack or something like that. But for now, it should work. Okay, so we're just going to put this door in, and I think we're good to go. Let's save. Let's go to our super boss doors, door prefabs. Do we want a glass door? Probably not, because we're near a spawn, but we will just do a regular door here. Pop this guy in. We could give you the ability to look through the door. I think that could be fine. The ability, no, we're gonna do a regular door. Like so. Gonna rotate him. How are the doors gonna open in? Yeah, the door's gonna open in that way. Place mode. Place this door in here. Door frame. Actually looks pretty good. Maybe we should push the door in so the doors can swing out more. How does that look from here? That looks actually pretty good. I don't mind that at all. This guy, I think we've got that lined up correctly. Is the can you see the frame? Yes, you can. Okay, we got that lined up pretty good, actually. Could it be rotated a little bit better? Maybe just a bit. I think that's pretty good though. Maybe just move over just a smidge. Okay, that looks fine. Okay, good. Save. Away. I don't want to keep selecting this door. Edit mode. How do we unselect the door? Okay, I think we just got to select away from the door. Okay, let's grab this, and we're gonna want to edit this guy so we can bring it down. That's almost a little too much, but if we go to 0.025, should bring it up just a bit. There we go. Wow, now for some reason this suddenly just made a huge jump in. Like, what the heck happened here? I don't remember having this stick out so much. But that's okay. Is it okay? I mean, we could just make this room really closed. Actually, no, we shouldn't do this. This is fine right here, but I don't really want it to be all the way out here. Hold on. Okay. Does that resolve the issue, or are we creating a problem there? Oh, we have a gap to fill. But this actually might be able to fix that. Ooh boy, that's not what we want to do. Why is this the way this is? Actually, we don't want to change that. You know what? We're just going to do a little generation and fill it up that way. On global and 0.5. Apparently, like, you can do... Ooh. There's a shortcut. I haven't been playing with it yet. But if you can take the your square brackets and you can just like move it down. Oh, it goes by one. Oh, this is so huge. Okay. I'm going to play with that. I don't have to manually edit that anymore. Oh my God. Thank God. Okay. This doesn't need to be big. This just needs to be big enough that we can place this down here so it doesn't become an issue anymore. Whoops. There. Problem solved. Okay, now, sort of. Problem somewhat solved. Okay, great. Let's duplicate this. Let's not duplicate that. Let's instead do a custom local generation. Switch to local, go to generate. We're gonna go generate this guy. Make him extra big. Go into place mode. Great. Now, make sure this is on local. Okay. I'm just gonna edit him so he gets pushed in a little bit. Click away. There, that's relatively lined up, not perfect, but it's okay. It should work. Does it look a little funky? Yeah, maybe a little bit, but does it work? It works, and that's all we need. Okay, so this guy, we can just leave this one unlocked. I don't think it needs to be locked, so it's fine. Decorating the doors is something we can do later. From intruder spawn, you got two options. You go here for like another two options, or you can go here, which takes you to here. Okay. Cool. Big triangle room at it. So far, so good. We're doing the thing with the stuff. Holy cow. Cool little plant pot there later. Could alternatively just make this bigger. Can we? Oh yeah, we can. Sure. Oh no, we can't. Okay, never mind. Nope. Can we? Yeah, we could actually. It would be fine. Oh no. Okay, let's just do that. Let's go back to 0.5. I love that shortcut. It's huge. Oh my god. Game changer. Honestly, I don't mind the geometry looking like that. It's fine. Not a big deal. It just makes the room look a little bit more unique. Not perfect, but unique. Okay, sure. It's very like patchwork, but we'll get better at doing this over time, I'm sure. Wow. Look at that. We have like a multitude of different shapes. We have an actual right angle triangle. We have a trapezoid. We have a circle. We'll have adding a hexagon here. And then eventually a half circle, which is probably what we'll add last. You know, we could just add the half circle around this and just make it further back behind the guards. So you actually have to get past guard spawn to get there. That could be a doable thing. So all the network hacks will be close to the guards, which gives the guards advantage for protecting network hacks, but at the same time, intruders can move around from one to the other. And honestly, guards will still have to spread themselves out, so they won't be able to play all places at once. But we'll keep the hacks close to each other. That would mean that most of the action is going to happen in this area, not over here. So it might be beneficial to actually have something over here. It would be kind of cool if there was a package over here, but you had to extract it behind the guards. That could be kind of fun. We'll see. This is still our first map, so, you know, it is what it is. Okay, I think for now, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to save, and we'll come back to this probably. Maybe not. If not, this will be the end of the video. But yeah, I might take a break, come back. We're back. We're back, and we're going to take another stab at this. See how much we can get done. And probably a pretty good idea to do that. Now, I'm thinking that maybe we move this triangle back a bit. This triangle room. Now, like when I'm looking at the map here, this box we turn to the triangle room. And if we move it back a bit, we can set it up with the intruder spawn, give us a bit more room for the hexagon and a bit more room for this room above, which I think would be a good idea. And I think we can do that without having relatively too much difficulty and still keep everything intact as it once was. We're going to find out. It looks like that is doable. It's kind of cool, actually. You could have like the door just on the side, whatever reason. Okay, so we can move it as a feature. We'll just line it up with this guy, and that works fine. So this, on the other hand, do we want this here? Probably not now. Probably we want to change this up. Do we want the door? Now we can just make the door flat, and you just come in flat. Maybe we don't want to do this. You know what? Let's revert. Go back to here. I like it like this. I like coming in through the door here, and then the wall is just on the left there. I think it's cool. It's a cool like feeling to move in, and the space gets bigger for a bit, and then it shrinks down once again. And here is where we can have a door go straight into the hexagon room. Okay, so this map's coming together. I'm not exactly sure what I want to do next. I'm recording later in the day now. It's the evening. We want to create a... Oh man, how are we going to do a hexagon? Heck if I know. All right, we're going to try this. We're going to go free draw. We're going to free draw this guy. Okay, this should be actually pretty easy to do. So far, yeah, that's actually not too bad at all. It's not that big of a room though. Like when you have a look at it, it's pretty small, but it does fit in here. I think we can probably get this to fit in, no problem. Let's see, how does this fit? Fits pretty good. I mean, not perfectly. We can push it out a little bit. We are getting kind of cramped though, not gonna lie. We are in the cramp zone, and this does move into this room a little bit, which is a bit unfortunate. Can we bring it over one? Possibly, but then that brings us into here, which is not good, which we don't want. We don't want that. Okay. Could bring the hexagon out further. So because of that, it might be better for us to just move this triangle back and adjust the door. Adjust the door, because in the map here, we actually have the door down on the farther south. We have the door farther south, actually. Yeah. I think we're going to adjust the map here. Okay, so we're going to give ourselves more room. Make some adjustments here. The door will no longer come on an angle, unfortunately, which is a bit sad. But actually, you know, we could probably still keep the angle we had. We just have to open this up. Okay, we need to go down to a 0.5 movements. Let's see if we can keep what we have here. So this, we're going to move out for a bit. That'll be to work on our rim. We're going to grab what we can grab here. Let's see. Can we move all of it? Probably not. What can we move here? Actually, we can move this. Okay, let's grab this. Okay, that's actually most of what we need there. Bring this over. This now connects here. Gonna duplicate this guy. Might be able to save this this corner wall instead. After all, bring this back and see if we can just get it into the side here. This is kind of where we would actually put it. Yeah, we could probably make this work. Still come in here. How does this fare? Oops, don't want to do that. I think this is how we want to have it. I feel like I'm missing a piece over here that we didn't grab from earlier. Such as this one, perhaps? No, it looks fine. Okay. All right, so this I think is doable. Let's grab this piece and spin it around. See if we can make this work. Okay, there's a wall there. Great, but this does not look nice. So we need to spin arc this guy in a couple of different ways here. This is kind of be a little bit awkward, to say the least. How did we have this before? I'm not sure. But at least, at the very least, we can move this over, and now we can put the hexagon in here. We can fit that in here, no problem. There was supposed to be another room between guard spawn and the hexagon and the hallway, and so now things are actually looking a lot more compact and dense, and you know, we don't necessarily have to have them there. This is going to be a pretty tight map after all, which is in a way a good thing, which is what we're kind of going for anyway. We kind of wanted to get like something like tight like cliffside. So maybe we don't necessarily need all of these like connecting pathways. Perhaps what we really need is just a way to like keep the map flowing. And maybe we can still have connectors here. They don't have to be hallways. They can still be, you know, vents and whatnot. We'll just try to make it work. We'll try to make it work with what we got right now. And then we know how to redo a whole bunch of stuff we haven't done before. Okay. Something fishy's going on here. Ah, man. You know what? I think we need to reset. Okay. Why does this work here? Because it's using this corner piece here as a wall. So when we move this, how does this look from over here? It loses that corner edge. Is it not just not picking it up? Weird. Okay, what if we go like this? What happens then? There we go. That moves it along, but we still have the same problem as before. Yeah, we do. Ah, rats. I think we can still make this work. Excuse me. Just gonna take a little bit of practice and work here, but I think we can make this work. Okay, I'm going to grab this guy. Then duplicate him again and spin around. Okay, move him over here. This one we're going to edit. Actually, we should be able to bring this over here. Place this. Bring it over here. Rotate it. Edit this, bring it down. Should be able to actually just cut here. We subtract. This just needs to be lower on the hierarchy to make this work. There we go. And we're going to go make it smaller. Move on the local grid. Here we go. We need to scale it. In the edit. Can we get this to work right? Almost. Pretty close. That's pretty close. There's that hole there, unfortunately. I don't even know why that hole. Oh, the hole's there because we don't have a floor there. That's why. If we just, if we scale this back up, we should be able to put this here, no problem. The hole is covered up. Great. There's this seam here. Can we fix that? Possibly. I almost wonder if the door would look better if we moved the door over even more. Maybe we do that. Let's go to place mode. Go to global. Move. What if we brought this in? No. Yeah, we'll leave it as it is. I like the angled door. I think it's kind of cool. This door, this cutout, is it still here? Oh yeah, okay, it is. We're just gonna place this over here. At this one. Take that cutout out. Place mode. Where's our subtraction tool? Put you there. Okay, you can walk straight in here and there's like a clip, but it's kind of a weird geometry. You walk in here and you have this door immediately. This is local. We edit this. Can we bring this out? We can. Let's scale it. Lower. That looks a little better. Doesn't look perfect, but it does work. Okay. Now for this guy, go back to global. I want to scale him out a little bit more than usual and push him here. Does that affect this? No, it does not. This room is going to look a little bit more cramped because of it, but we can make a an alteration to that to prevent that from happening. We're going to move this back. Just get this right on the seam as best we can. We need to change the surface here so we can see the contrast. Okay, so go back to edit mode and we're going to seam this down right here. Okay, great. Seams here. Looks pretty good. There's a seam there, but it is hardly noticeable. And I think that is looks pretty good. Okay. So this is halfway. We're going to go just to the right a bit. We're going to grab this guy. Grab this guy. We're going to go just to the right a bit. We got 1, 2, 3, like so. We're going to grab this one. We're going to do the same thing. Why? Just so we make this hallway feel symmetrical. That's why. It's going to feel a little bit more enclosed, but that's fine. It's going to feel more symmetrical, which is good. Grab this guy. We're going to go back up the scaling ladder. Bring the floor over here. Perfect. Nice. We've got a working hallway, and it looks pretty good. Fantastic. Okay. Now, for some reason, this guy is not correctly put in here. I don't know why. Oh boy. Okay, let's move you over. There we go. Okay, we can put a door in there. Fantastic. Door comes here, you have a door there. Instant change, which is pretty cool. And then you can take a right to a door there. I think this is cool. And we have our long hallway into the guard area. The guard area has this big room. It also has this room. I think this is actually a pretty cool map. I like how this is turning out. I have no idea if we're going to keep this big room. Truth be told, I feel like I might end up removing it and or like changing it by a lot later. I do like this triangle room here, and I don't know what we're going to put in here. This might be the lab. Who knows? Okay, what's going on here? This is a problem. This could be corrected with this. Just bring this out. Oh boy. Let's go local. Go local. Click away. For some reason, it's not working. There we go. Okay. That should work. That should work. I don't think there's an issue there. Okay, great. Awesome. The floor is a little weird here, but that's fine. If we just do it a concrete mix, it should work, no problem. Okay, now we should be able to place this guy right in here. It's going to be tight still, but we have a lot more room to play with than we did before. We could put it like right along here, maybe. Maybe. We'd have to make the hexagon room either smaller, or this could be an option where we actually decide to take this up a level and we put this room up here. This could be a raised room where it's elevated. That could be pretty cool. I think that could actually be pretty sweet. That means that this would need to be a staircase on this wall, and there would need to be a door here to take us into this room, which we could do. Underneath, that gives us options for vents, which is sweet. A vent in the floor. They could take us elsewhere. Yeah. I like that. Each room is kind of like a different firefight zone. The only room that feels like a dead room are like these two right here, because they're just like a transition for the intruder to get to the hack room from over here. This gives them 3 routes: triangle, hallway, or this way. And we're going to need like vents that go between different rooms that connect them. Like a vent from this room to maybe the hexagon, a vent from the triangle to maybe this room over here, or like you can drop down somewhere inside of here, like places for you to go so you don't always have to go the same route. So it's like there is 3 main routes, but there's also other places like you can make it. So okay, so where it looks from the looks of it, this has been shifted down. This was initially going to be below the bend here. That initially this hexagon was actually going to be below, like right here, like right here. This is where the initial spot was supposed to be. But things changed. Things changed. We could still do that if we wanted to. Like we could have a room there instead and just like take out the triangle and forget the triangle and just actually put the box instead. But this triangle room is kind of cool. I like it. And we could still figure out the hex. I mean, we could also like actually bring this up quite a few levels and make it much higher. So there's a lot more verticality to what's going on. It could also be neat to actually create these walls higher, and then inside these walls you have like it feels like very tall and open, and then there's like ramps that cross over where like there could be a catwalk, which could be kind of sick. I think that would be pretty cool. Yeah. I'm also not opposed to making this hallway just a little bit wider too. Like if we took the edit room and we wanted to make this face just like 1 wider on each side. Whoa. Is that the one we need? Hold on. Could do this. This could look pretty cool. So you go narrow to big room. Much bigger. Actually kind of like that. It makes this like building feel a lot like it has a lot more breathing room than before. I like this a lot actually. So we're gonna make the hallway wider. Gives us some options for placement. You can also see when you open the door, you can also see the door right here. So if you want to peek with the sniper, you have that option. So the first person to get sniper lane down here could be kind of fun, but we might not leave that there. We might, you know, give you another option if you don't want to do that. Okay. I like this. I like this a lot, actually. We're going to take this edge and put it here. Take this edge. Put it here. This lane still looks good. Happy with it. I would like to finish the floor, though. I don't know what happened to the floor over here. It just disappeared. So we're going to move this over. Go to edit. Bring it over. Stretch it out. Nice. Okay, great. Functional, working. Okay, awesome. So I would like to do is add a pipe. I want to have a pipe that kind of like bends here and runs along the wall. And you can optionally A, get on top of the pipe, or B, go inside of the pipe. On top of that, I would like the walls to be quite a bit higher. So we're currently 5 meters. I'd like to go to 10 meters with the walls. Okay. 10 meters. We're kind of doing 12 here, aren't we? Yeah, let's do 12-meter walls. How tall is this? Is 12? 12. So if you come in here, let's have a look at it. Let's see how it does. Is it this one? Or is this one? Here we go. I would like verticality to this. Yeah, this looks kind of cool. That gives us a lot. It makes the room feel bigger, even though it's actually quite compact. So, sort of claustrophobic, but not quite. Now this closes in our wall here, which is fine, sort of. Not really. We actually need to make this space bigger. Okay, that closes there. It's okay. Well, actually, we'll just bring this all the way up so we can cap that off after. Okay, and this guy we're going to bring all the way up here too. Whoops. There we go. Remove the hexagon. I think we're going to put the hexagon only on the top floor, actually. I think that would be cool. I think that would be very cool. And alternatively, what we could do is bring it over here, and we can add a catwalk that goes between this hallway into the hexagon room, which could be kind of cool. 2 ways of getting inside of it. And then maybe a staircase that goes in the other way. So, new option. I like that. Doesn't need to be this tall. We just need to give ourselves a floor here. I think we can go down 2 spots. Like so. That would be the floor. Okay, great. This piece here, we're going to bring it up. All the way up. So when you enter this room, very tall now, kind of looming, maybe too tall, arguably too tall. I would maybe say instead of 8, 10, maybe we do, oh, is this tall? Is this 8.5? What is in between those? Be 6? I think 8. 8 meters is actually a good size. 8 meters is perfect. Let's do 8 meters in this room. Okay. These walls are going to be thinner than others, which I'm not big on. Because if someone's hiding back here, you might be able to see them clip through. So that's going to suck. But we've kind of made everything compact, so it's going to be kind of something we have to work with. So, whoops. There we go. There we go. Okay. Heck yeah. That looks pretty good. Okay. Functional. Now, it would be pretty sweet if we had a catwalk here. Maybe we do, maybe we don't. We'll see. We might have a catwalk in here. We might actually open it up in one spot just to make it a little bit different, so it's not the same on every side. Okay, so now what we want to do is we want to duplicate this, start making our hexagon room. Now we have also the moon room, which is going to be another hack point. Can we fit that in here? That is the half circle. I think we could, actually. We're obviously giving guards an advantage having the hacks a little bit closer, but, you know, typically intruders have to go to the spot to hack anyway. So that's not a big deal. But what does happen is that most of the play will concentrate around those areas. Unless we give them optional routes to go through. I feel like level design in general is pretty challenging, especially with objectives. Guards should have an advantage to be able to set up traps near their networking sites. And when you think about Riverside, or not Riverside, Cliffside, actually all the hack points are pretty close to the guards, except for one, which the intruders get access to open a security door if they wish to hack there. So it's not bad. It's doable. It's doable. Okay. All right, all right, all right. Geez, the amount of work that goes into this is absolutely insane. It's insane. I like it. I'm having fun. I'm actually enjoying this a lot. But I also find I'm like, oh man, this is a lot. Like a lot. Like it's crazy. Okay. How many? 6? I think we got to go up one more. How's that? 5? One more. I think this is at the same level. Actually, might not be. It is not. We need to go up one more level. There we go. Okay. This is our big room. This room, honestly, I think we could just duplicate. Or make it taller. How tall are we right now? 6 meters? Let's go 12. Let's go 12. It's 10. 12 meters. Okay. It's a big room. We're going to make it a big room anyway. Okay, we're going to duplicate this once more. Place mode. This guy, we're going to need to make him red. And we need to bring in all the faces. Edit mode. Can we do that everywhere? Oh, we just got to do it on the corners. Okay, sweet. Sweet. Okay, awesome. Now we'll move this down and we'll make you a subtraction movie in here. Okay, fantastic. Looks good. Looks good. Okay, so this is the hexagon dome. It's at a higher level. We're gonna have to figure out how we're gonna get the guards up there. We don't know yet. We may just extend the guard room so they can have like a ramp that goes into this room. Which should be kind of cool. Now from here, we'll need a staircase, and the staircase needs to go up so that we can have a door that goes into this room. So we're going to set up a door room. Unfortunately, it's going to be hard to make this both even on both sides. We could have it angled, which would be pretty cool, actually. What if we actually did do that? What if we went like this? That's on the same angle. And then what we could do is just like make another transition door right here. It would have to be like this one, but it would look cool. So it's kind of worth doing. If it looks cool, it's kind of worth doing. We'll do it. Okay. And then, so this room is kind of done. The transition between the doors there is not. We wanted to have like some blocking or something like that in there. We don't even really have any idea what this is going to look like at all. I'm going to need to do some surfacing here. Let's just do this. Surfaces, sure. Let's go. Let's make it like a different color than red. I'm sure orange works. Okay. Okay, then we can see. Holy cow. I think the hard part is wondering what should I do next. You just have to like tackle. You just have to just choose a problem and tackle it. That's kind of what you have to do. It's just choose a problem, tackle it. That's the game plan. Okay. So the door here is we need like a tunnel. I'm going to use one of these pieces. I want to do floor. Not surface. Okay, great. D, hold G out here, and then we're going to duplicate twice so we can get a length that we want. Duplicate again. This time we're going to edit. We should actually just have a basic hallway block here, but whoa, crazy. That was cool. Okay, instantiate it. Great. Bring you over here. So this needs to be how many blocks high? We need to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It just needs to be a 6 block tunnel. Is that 4.5? 6. Okay, great. Bring this up here, and we're going to try to like get this lined up. We're going to rotate tool. We're going to rotate. Where's our rotate? Here we go. There we go, on a 45. Nice. We're going to place this, thankfully, on the local grid. Now, it looks like this is not as lined up as I thought it was, so that's good news for us because we can figure out what to do with that information. So we're going to bring this down here. Looks like it is on the right spot, though, so we're not in a bad spot to be. We just need to figure out how to correctly move this guy over so it's in the right spot. Like so. Now, we also want there to be a door here and this to be like directly away from it, so, or as centered as we can be. It's probably about as centered as it's going to get. Now we just need to move it back. Okay, great. Awesome. Now this tool is a little too high. We need to move him down one. Actually about there. And is this cutting in? Yeah, it is. Okay, so we're going to need to move this a little higher. We're going to go 1, 2. Then we can take this guy, move him up, 1, 2. Okay, I think that should work if we do a subtraction now. Ooh, we're gonna have to go back to addition. We're gonna have to make him, remember correctly, we're gonna have to make him, ooh, this is not as lined up as I thought it was. Okay, we gotta redo that again. Select these pieces, move them back one more. Okay, that should be lined up now. More or no, it's not. It still is not. I go back one more. Now it should be good, I hope. It is, but not perfect. Unfortunately. Could scale it here. Let's try that. Let's try scaling it. So we're going to select this, this, and this. Try to scale it that way. And then we're going to try to grab this guy. See, is it on the money? It's on the money. It's not on the money. One more time. Nope. Let's try it now. Are we on the money? We are not on the money. Scale down again. Go this way. Check it out. How we doing? On the money. Oh, not quite, but like so close. This should be the move that works. How does that look? It's cutting into it a bit. This would be a little bit easier, actually, if I just did the subtraction. Which I think I'm going to do. I think that's on the... pretty close. What we're going to do here is we're going to find the spot to subtract this right now. And to do that, we need to move this guy, which is higher up on the hierarchy, much farther down. Which go down here. And then we will subtract. Okay, great. And that looks pretty good. But since he's a subtraction and we need him to be slightly bigger, we're not going to do that just yet. We're going to add him. We're going to do an addition. Ooh. We're going to do addition and move up. Then we're going to edit this one to move to the side. This one to the side. And this one down. Okay, and then the one in the middle, which is this one, now we subtract. And if we do that, we have to put this up here. There we go. Perfect. Look at that. Huge. Fantastic. Okay. So you can come in here. Voila. I feel like actually it's kind of a cool spot for this to have like a what do you call it, like having the line here is kind of cool. When you come in from the guard's angle, you see this door. There's going to be a door here, maybe a ledge. I'm not sure exactly how I'm gonna do this, but we'll figure it out. So this guy, we're gonna scale down just so we have this join up at the right time. Right there should be good. Okay, that looks pretty well blended. This is where we can put a door. That's where our stairs need to go. We could put something underneath there. We don't have to. We could also do this, which could be kind of cool. Actually, like, I don't mind that. Come in here. Hold on. Let's see. Camera angle coming through here. Yeah, you've got a room with a staircase to the next set of stuff. Could have some stuff down here, some offices. This is a big hallway room. Do we need it to be that big? Definitely not. We can definitely scrunch this if we want to. That would just be with a subtraction object. Like we can go like such. Oops. That's not the piece I want. We can make this a very long tunnel if we want to. We don't have to have it very big. 1, 2, 3. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we can make this like, ooh boy, we can make this really tight. This could be kind of interesting. Just a very claustrophobic tunnel. And then from here, like out here, we don't need to have this come in all the way. We can actually bring this back quite a bit. What we can do is we could duplicate this here. And then from here, we could edit this guy so he doesn't go all the way here. Hold on. We could actually subtract more of this if we don't want to have this here. Just not exactly sure how we want to do that. There's like all these small little puzzles to solve. That's what it feels like. It feels like you're always trying to solve a puzzle, how you're going to go from one stage to the next. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You have this very, very narrow tunnel, which is kind of interesting, actually. So if you open the door, little narrow tunnel into here. I kind of like how tight that is. Not something I would often do, but okay, or plan to do, but I kind of like it. Now, the issue here is that it would look better if this had kind of like an angled door instead. That's kind of a problem. Like if we remove this, we come back here, we could kind of have that angled door if we want to. Like we could kind of make that work. Like if we bring this here, and where is this guy? If we duplicate this, I think we can do this. Edit, bring you over here. Hold the phone. Constantly bring this down. You have a little door room here, just on the edge. Currently goes in that direction, but we could alternate it so that it just points in from right here. The door would swing like it would be kind of weird swing open, but and it would face this direction, but it could be kind of sick. I think that would be kind of a neat addition. So maybe we do that. That should be doable to set up. What do we need? We need another subtraction tool. If we place this, if we multiply this guy, it can cut. Let's just bring him over here first. Edit him down. Okay, let's see if we can easily do this. Might be possible. We're going to rotate it. If we can. Looks like we can. Okay, edit. We're going to edit mode. Here we go. Okay. Doable. This one does not need to come out so far. This does not need to come out so far. Could bring it in further, actually, still. Hmm. We just need a door frame. Just need a door frame right here. And if we rotate this, maybe we can do that. So let's try rotating it. This is going to kind of make things messy. But maybe it'll work. That almost looks like a door frame. Place mode. Wow, actually kind of a door frame. Kind of a door frame. A little glitched out there, but I think we can make this work. And bring this here. Wow, look at that. We got a door frame. How the heck did we do that? Okay, and you have a door, so you're gonna like turn, and there's a door right there. This is actually a pretty cool turn point. I like this a lot. This thing, this guy here is, pull that back and we get more, more hallway. Problem is, that's the problem. So we gotta duplicate it. And move it over here. There we go. That should resolve that issue. There is our hallway. Hallway looks good. Should be able to fit the door in there. No problem. This guy, we can bring this out one more spot. So we got a pretty chunky door frame there, but like not a big deal. This guy. Fortunately, this one does not nicely square up with this other one. So what if we... Okay, this I can edit. This we can work. This we can fix. This we can fix. Oh, maybe not. Actually, maybe we can. Holy crap, I think we did. Oh my god, we did it. I don't know how the heck we did that. I think we stretched an edge there or something that seemed to work. Wow. Was it an edge? I think it was this edge. This edge. Nice. Not perfect, but like pretty dang good. I'm happy with that. Okay. We have a door from the triangle room into the hexagon room. Sick. This is not perfectly in line with this door as you come in. But what we can do is we can put like a little platform here and then the stairs on the side. I think that's what we'll do. We'll work with that. Not a biggie. No big deal. This, if we can actually bring this, set this back in just a little bit further, this will actually line up. Oops. This will line up with the wall. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4 on each side. That now looks more centered than it did before, just because we pushed it back a bit. Perfect. Come in here. Voila. Wow, that looks so good. Okay. This, on the other hand, might get a little bit tricky with the door. I don't know. I'm gonna try. Probably gonna try to put the door in here. Hopefully we don't have any problems with the door, but I think we should be able to adjust it like so without too much problem. I think we'll be able to make it work. Let's try getting the door in there. Do we want a glass door? No, we want a regular door. And the doors fly open, so let's go. Actually, we could do a glass door with, this would be a good spot for this door, I think. How's that look? Pretty good. Placement is honestly already pretty tight. Looks like it's a little bit narrow here, but I think we can make it work without there being an issue. Okay, we gotta flip this guy around. Rotate. Rotate around. Whoa, there we go. That looks pretty good. Then we got the rotation pretty much nailed. Okay, you can see the frame on both sides, so it is a little bit like tight, I'm not gonna lie. But it's viewable. It's very tight in here. But I don't think anyone's really gonna notice, to be honest. I think it'll be fine. This right here is we're gonna need a brush. I think we'll just I will actually just draw it in. We'll draw it in on the local grid. We'll generate, and we'll go scale ourselves back up here to 0.5. We're gonna do a box. There we go. Looks good. I'm gonna move this box on a local grid. Scale down. That looks pretty good. How's that look? Not bad. I actually like it. Looks pretty great. I like how that you can take a peek inside this room first before you decide to go in. This door, we're going to make sure it's always locked. I think this door should always be locked. So let's have a look at this. These doors, door right, locked. Door left, locked. Okay. Let's take a look at actually the doors, how they swing open. Pretty good. We can give them a little bit more row max angle. 181 is pretty good. Okay, if we want to swing them open, we can do that. All right, nice. I like it. Up here, on the other hand, do we want to do the same thing? I think we do the same type of hallway, to be honest with you. I think we do the same type of hallway and we set the door right here. And if whoever makes it in here first can like peek through the glass if they want to see what's out there, which could be kind of fun. I think it will be fun. Hexagon room, have no idea how we're going to play with this. I have no problem with this door sticking out a little bit. It's okay. I mean, it's not ideal, but it does make it so we can turn in here. And what do we got? Oh, here, there's nothing. But right here, there will be this area right here. So we may have to go up some steps to get there too, or like figure out a way across this to create some scaffolding or something. That's the next part that I'm like kind of freaking out about is like Blender. I'm like, I have no idea how difficult it's going to be to like work in Blender. If I've like making mistakes here in Unity that will make it much more harder to work in Blender. Like it's crazy that this map project is, I don't know, how far are we in? 20 hours? Maybe approaching. No, maybe not 20 hours. Probably like approaching 15 hours. This map is probably going to take 100 hours. Probably more. 100 hours in Unity. However many hours in Blender. I don't know. It's probably going to be like 300 hours before we actually like finish this map. Sad to say, but that's actually probably the case. But that's okay. I mean, as long as you're having fun, that's what matters. And I just really hope that people play this and enjoy it. But I can't, you don't know if that's going to happen, really. They might not. They might not. Heck, I don't know if anyone's even watching the videos. I'm just shooting off the cuff here and just I'm watching my own videos back and I'm like, oh man, I don't know if I should just do these raw documentary styles, but I wanted to make a video a day and I really also wanted to do this. So I'm like, well, I guess I can just record myself doing this and I don't have the time to edit because it takes me so long. So I guess I'll just do this for now and maybe down the road we'll see where it takes us, but for now it's something. Okay. I like all the little tricks things we've learned here so far. I'm pretty proud of like the circle room looks good. I like this ramp, these stairs. We'll probably make this go up here. We'll see how we want to do this later. Might even make this room smaller after. I wouldn't mind having like a cross bridge section. I think that would be very cool between the two rooms. How we're gonna decorate all this stuff, I don't know. I was kind of going for like a Black Mesa research facility vibe or like SCPSL. Both are two of my very favorite games. I really love those games. But yeah, I don't know how that's going to turn out. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, we got a little bit more time left to take another bite at it today and see what else we can do. I'm pretty happy with how this works though. Like you come in here, there's an angle immediately, there's another angle there. I feel like it feels like, okay, which way is north right away? And you got this room here into the hexagon room. I really like how this is like playing out. I think this map's gonna be pretty fun to play. But I mean, hey, that's just, you know, my opinion. I'm working on this map, so I could be totally wrong. I might play like crap. Who knows? We won't know until we actually get to test it and try it out, and that's a ways away. Obviously, I'm gonna like gray box all this, and then I'm gonna have the capture points, and I might do a play test then and see if it's fun and if people like it. But I'll make sure that I have all the vents and stuff ready so that you can climb through that, and I'll have some basic textures, which will be pretty bare bones. But yeah, it'll be something. Okay, so what do we want to do next? What do we want to do next? Let's take a look at our map. This is our game plan. We have this room prepared. Now, there is a connection between this room and this hallway, and I have no idea how we're going to do that. Well, I was thinking of doing the scaffolding here. The scaffolding is going to be kind of weird. It shouldn't be that bad, but we do need a gray box it regardless. That's going to need to get done. So we might as well start working on that. If I duplicate this guy, we could probably start that. Let's move this over. Oh, actually, let's move this way. Move it over here, and then we're going to rotate it. Yeah, let's work on the scaffolding. I don't know how the scaffolding is going to look at all. I hope it looks good, but we'll see. Okay, so we're going to go out the middle here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We can move over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's pretty middle. And let's see how that looks. Oh, we're pretty much almost lined up at the door. It's going to be slightly off, but it's not that bad. So of course it's slightly off. Of course. Okay. Okay, we're gonna line this puppy up at the door. Let's bring him all the way over here first, and then make sure we're not cutting in at all. Actually, that looks pretty good. That looks pretty good, honestly. I think we just leave it as it is. Okay. So we're gonna go over here. And here is our subtraction tool. So when you're down here, you're gonna see a vent up there with a crossover, but you're not gonna be able to get up there this way. You'll have to get up there some other way. I like this map. It's cool. I'm having a lot of fun with this. I'm really excited to see this finished. This is gonna be fun. Okay, it's all coming together. All right, we're gonna make this an addition, and then we're gonna duplicate it and move it up. Oh, nope. We're going to scale first, go and duplicate, then move it up. Not by 0.5, there we go. Then this guy, we're going to bring out one. Oh, no. Gonna bring this one out, and we're gonna bring him down twice. So is this a tunnel? No. Will you be able to get up there from down here? I don't think so. I don't want this to be a tunnel. And actually, now that I think about that, okay, let's go back to subtraction. We're going to do addition, and then we're going to go D, move this down one. We're going to take this guy and then do subtraction. This addition should actually be below. Hold on. We don't even need to do an addition here. We just need to scale it down so it's just like a platform for you to walk on. There. Looks good. Platforms up there. Great. This is going to be open and exposed, and I think this would look better if we scaled it down further from 0.5 to 0.25, like that. I think that would look better. That's going to be our like scaffolding, like a railing or something here. Let's bring this all the way over. Oh boy. Let's bring this all the way here. Okay, great. And then from here, do we want to make it thicker? We can make it a little thicker. Whoa. Not like that though. Yeah. Nice. Perfect. That looks great. That looks so good. Oh my gosh. Heck yeah. Here we'll need a tunnel right here. But we can just grab where's the subtraction tool? Where's the subtract tool? No. I don't need edit. I need the place tool. There we go. Okay, this guy, we want to do an addition. Nope. Okay, that was a mistake. Select this guy, do subtraction. This guy needs to be underneath the subtraction. No, he needs to be above the subtraction. So he needs to be up here. Okay, there we go. Okay. Now edit. Nope, not edit. We need edit here. Wow, not what I wanted to do. Edit there. Edit here. And bring it down. Oops. There we go. There we go. Now we have a tunnel. And, you know, I'm not actually opposed to this sticking out a little bit. That kind of looks cool, to be honest. I think we should do that. This one has two. This could also be, it just could be a style of the room. Why not? Select this guy. Nope. We need the subtracted piece. We need this guy. Edit mode, bring you out. There we go. Perfect. Okay. We're in business. We are in business. Oh man, this looks so cool. Oh, this is so cool. This is dope. Okay, so this wall, since we're just going to be like taking a turn here, I'm inclined to just bring this all the way here. Like just bring the wall to the scaffolding point, because why not, right? Like what else are you going to be using that wall for? Whoa. Now what I want to do. There we go. And then, okay, that's a little awkward. Hold on. There's another piece here. This guy. Okay, that also still a bit awkward. Okay, we just need to put a wall there and it should be fine. Does that look good? Yeah. I think that this actually should, this guy, hold on, oh boy. I think we should make it look a little nicer. Not that one. Oh, sometimes you just select it, it's just not cooperating. Holy crap. Okay. I like usually having two pieces like this before you like, you call it quits. That would mean extending this guy a little bit. But what we could do is we don't need to completely extend him. Whoa. We can just do this. edit, bring it over. Not what I wanted to do either. Okay, now we can work with that. Oops. We can work with this though. There. Basically just doing this, and then this wall, we're gonna push back. Nope, we're not. Gotta grab that again. There, that works. Okay, I grab this piece. Nope. Grab this piece. Place. Hold D. Move it over there. Okay, and then here we're going to edit this and just move it all the way down. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Holy cow. Sometimes the camera just does not want to cooperate. Okay, there. That looks good. You come up here, you're going to have some railing. You can take a turn there if you wish. Down here, you come down here, you can go right into this door. This wall is kind of a pain. So we need a wall piece here. You know what? Let's just generate it. Let's just generate it. I don't usually want to do generations for some reason, but sometimes it's actually just much easier to just do the generation. And just makes your job easier. That looks good. Okay. Instantiate the object. CSG. This wall doesn't need to be this tall, probably, but it is, so we'll just leave it for now. But yeah, it looks good. Okay. Sick. The blockout is coming together. We're starting to move into verticality for the second level, which is great. I'm excited about that. This room, you can get up here. You can go up the stairs. You can come over to the hexagon room. There's going to be a hack in here. You're going to have a hallway here. So if you decide to make that move, you're going to have a brief period where, like, you could get shot. Pow, pow. Okay. I almost kind of want to make this hallway, like, almost like a complete angle hallway. I think that would almost be cooler. Question is, how far back do we move the angles here? So this, hold on, let's take a look at edit. How long is this? This is 20 meters. What if we bid that one to 10? Oh, we can't though, because this one is, oh, wait a minute. 20. What if we did 15? What if we did 15? What if we did this? How is that? That's 17. What if we did 18? Or if we just did it a little bit more? You know? What if we did, you know? That triangle eats into it, but I think I can fix that. It's not a big deal. I can fix that. Yeah, what if we did like, this is, what is this now? 18? Oh God, cancel. This is 17. What if we did 17 on each side? What's this now? 18, go back one more. 17.5, go back one more. 17.5, let's take a look through the door here. Okay, now you can see the door. Now you can see the door. I think that's kind of cool. And so this is currently 13.6. We move this down here. It's 16.5. This should also be 13.6. What is this one? 16.5. Let's try that. What's this? 16.5. Interesting. Interesting. Let's see. Come through here. You can see the door immediately. I think that's kind of neat. I like that. It's not perfect, but it does put you like right in sight line. So if you open the door, you get blasted immediately. There's going to be that like possible trade-off. I can obviously put like cover here and other stuff, but yeah, I think that'd be cool. Now for the pipes, we're going to have to make the pipes high enough that you can get into them, but low enough that I want the pipes to run underneath the staircase here. The pipes is going to be tricky. I have no idea how to do that. I'd like to learn how to do the pipes. I think the pipes would be pretty fun. The pipes are going to be challenging because the rotation of the pipe here is going to be what's going to be tricky. I think we'll have to use the intersection there, or like a sphere or something. I'm not sure how that's going to work. Okay, but this looks good. Before I didn't want you to be able to see it. Now I'm kind of like, I think it's kind of cool if you can see the end of the hallway. But breaking sightlines is also kind of fun. I don't know. We could like open the door and there could be a box here, like a big box and then two small boxes that you can go around from either side. And if you go around from either side, if you poke your head out, like someone could see you and shoot you, because like you could. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if this was a good decision or not. We alternatively could. Yeah, because we have this since we have this bridge here, it makes it kind of difficult to make this push this out any longer. We could a little bit more. I mean, we could bring this here, and then what is this? What is this now? This is 17. Let's just do it to 17. We'll do it to 17. The 17? 17. Okay, great. How's it look? Looks pretty good. Honestly, I like it. I'm not against it. I like it. Okay. Big open hallway. You don't have to choose that route if you don't want to. It's going to be like, this is the route you go if you want to rush, which could lead to a poor choice on your part. Or maybe a great choice. Maybe it rewards you. Because if you do take that route and go sneak up behind the intruders, no one might be expecting it. Okay. I love it. I'm happy with it. Awesome. As long as this map is fun to play with the gray box in, then it should be good when we add all the props and stuff too, hopefully. We might add some like sample props in the meantime, like boxes. I'm deciding where to put those and then remove them later for testing. Okay. Cool. We've got we got this done. We just need a door. We need a door, and we'll do the glass door because the glass door is just cool, and you can shoot all the way through it, which I think would be kind of fun. I think like having a long way to shoot through the glass door, if you see someone there, would be kind of sick. And then so if someone's in here, they're gonna see bullets flying through here. That'd be cool. Okay, let's do that. So let's find our door. Let's find our glass door here. Okay, we got our glass door. Let's get our rotation going. We just need to figure out which way the glass door rotates. It rotates that way. I'm gonna move the glass door into the frame. This looks like it's a little bit big. Might need to squeeze that down a bit. Okay, we need to rotate. This is not level yet. Placement. Oh, hold on. Okay, that looks pretty good. Maybe go a little bit less. Oops, I didn't mean to hit P. Okay, looks pretty good. I'm going to duplicate this guy. Just use him over here. Rotate. Rotate at 45. we go, place, scale up. 0.5, edit this, bring this over. That looks all right. Place up. Okay, we need to scale you down. So far, so good. Okay, that looks okay. Let's scale down again and edit. And then just move it back a bit. Let's not do that. Let's okay. Looks good. Looks good. Looks good. Okay. Question is, do we want to, how do we want to do this? I think that looks good. Doors should work. We haven't tested all the doors yet, but that should be fine. Okay. All right. So we attached our hexagon to the triangle, or the trapezoid, and the triangle, actually. We have now 2 paths through there, and this is only a vertical path, which makes it kind of fun. So you can only get through the triangle vehicle, or the trapezoid via the vertical path. Yeah, okay. That is a shortcut. You can get up there via the stairs as well. So guards have an advantage there. Okay. Now the question is, what are we going to do next? I wouldn't mind actually having like a vent that goes underneath. That could be cool. I'm not opposed to that. Just the tricky part is like figuring out how are we going to do that. But I think we could do that. Could have a vent that goes underneath. Okay. So let's take a look at our map and see what we've got going on. All right. So we have finished this, and this bridge, actually, we just ended up making it in the hexagon instead. We have the half moon and another building inside here that was just like an empty building. We could fit something in here optionally. It doesn't need to be there. It is good for like guards coming down here. Like the one thing about this hallway we have not done is given the player any options to leave once they enter. Like if you're in the hallway, you're cooked. You're cooked. So initially, the reason what we had done before with this plan was to actually give the intruders and guards options. If they did get in this hallway and they wanted to like leave, they could go somewhere else instead. So we could do that. We could work on hallway connections here. We could make a door right here. That's optional. If we do that, we would also want to make a door perhaps right here too. You know, the thing is, if we do doors there, you know, it could change how you peek. It could change how the hallway plays out in general. It could be really good. It could be bad. It's hard to say, but I think if the hallway is too long, you know, and you commit to it, you're going to be like, ah, oh, crap. If you get stuck there and then you die, you might not be, and you might never want to use the hallway. And so we want to make it so that you people are going to be running through the hallway. So I think we're going to do that. We're going to probably add a door here or a vent. I was thinking of vent initially, but we haven't installed the vent package yet. Also, what we need to do is add stairs into this room, which we have not done, and a door. So we should get on that first. And a platform here. So let's grab this platform and go to the place mode and just duplicate this, bring this over here, because we're going to need this. We are going to need this. Okay, now we're going to rotate the platform. Here we go. Fantastic. Move it over. And let's make sure that we move it on a, like at least a higher number than we currently are on. Is that enough? I think we need to go scale down one more. There we go. Okay. Great. Edit this. Where does this go? Nobody knows. Okay, that looks good to me. Your railing here, you got like a little balcony you come out on, and you can take the stairs down. So now we need stairs that go along this line, and we're going to need to make them local. So we need to do a generation, local generation. And how we're going to do that, I have no idea. That's a box. Okay. Actually, that could have worked out just fine, honestly. We should do this. That looks good. Okay. Now I would like to do a linear stairs. I think we got to try from this angle here. Whoa. Okay, not like that. What the heck? Why is this so weird? Okay, I'm having trouble with the stairs. What if I do it from here? Also problematic. Okay. How tall is this? I need to know. I need to know how tall this is. I need to know how tall this is. Edit. I can figure this out. We can do this. We're going to go, oh, not P, not what I mean to do. Go to 0.5. Oh my God, come on. Okay, here we go. Nope. This is, hold on. This is, This is how tall? 4.93 meters. 4.93 meters. We just need, we need place, we need to grab this. We're going to go local. This should be local. Why is it not local? So weird. Okay, move this over here. Let's try generating stairs from here. Maybe this will work. And then we'll go up. Okay, that should, honestly, I think that'll work. Place, let's edit. Nope. I can't individually edit all of these. I almost got the stairs right there. Let's go back to generate, try these stairs again. Go down one more. What the heck? Okay, this is so tricky, but for some reason, oh my gosh, dude. Why? Why? What the heck? Okay, place. Now we'll try generating off these stairs once again. I don't want to be global, I want to be local. That's why. What in the world's... What is happening? Okay. I literally, like, want to destroy this box. Okay, they go up to 4.93. Okay, they go up to 4.93. I just need to make them the same thickness. That's fine. Let's just rotate this. Sometimes, like, working in here can be just really a pain in the butt because you just, like, when you're trying to get something... Okay, but you're just trying to get something to work right and it's just not cooperating whatsoever. And that is the most frustrating thing. Okay, now let's try some stairs. Okay, generate. Maybe it'll work now, since I stopped rotating it. That's not how I want to do it. Okay, it's got to be off the side wall then. Okay, come on. Please work this time. Why won't you work? Okay, I think that worked. I mean, it almost did. It's pretty close. It's pretty close. Okay, you know what? I think this can work. I think this can work. We can make it work. Holy crap, that was ridiculous. Why is the pivot point all the way over there? Why is the pivot point all the way over there? What in the world is happening right now? What in the world is happening right now? What in the world is happening right now? Oh my god. Why move this pivot point? Why? Why? There we go. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my god. Cheapers. Okay. All right. We're in business. We're in business. We're in business. I think. Okay, how does this look? That looks good. Sure. Sure, sure, sure. Sure. Okay, let's go local. Okay. Come on. Okay, that honestly is like not perfect, but is pretty good. We could scale down by 2.25. This might fix that. It did not. Scale down by 0.125. That actually looks right. That looks right. It's so slightly off by just a small hair. But you know what? I can just move this one. I can just move this one by like a fraction. A fraction. And we should be okay. That looks good. That workable set, acceptable set of stairs. Okay? Brilliant. Brilliant. Okay, we want to grid snap this and replace these stairs with another set of stairs. But these stairs are going to be the stairs that are invisible stairs. Okay, so we're going to subtract these stairs. Oh god, no, we can't do that. We can't do that. Because these other stairs are on top of them. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay, these stairs. We need to move these stairs below those stairs. They are below those stairs. So if we subtract Okay, it's working now. It's working now. It's working now. Okay. Problem is, it's just hard to see how it's working, but it is working. We need to change the surfaces here. This is like bonkers. That's still not a huge improvement, but sure. Okay. Nope. We need to place this over here. Okay, no, let me place this here. No. How's that look? That might actually be on the money. That is honestly so close to being on the money. I am happy with it. I'm happy with it. I'm happy with it. Holy cow, we got lucky there. Wait. Wait. No, we're fine. Okay. We're fine. All right, we got a set of stairs. Oh my gosh, that took forever. Jeepers. It's that complex just to add stairs. It was like 20 minutes of stairs. Okay. All right, last thing we're going to do is we're going to add a door. We're going to add a door, and then we're going to test this, and probably going to call it. Probably going to call it a day there. I think that's a reasonable spot to go. Why does this all feel tilted? Am I tripping? Am I tripping? Is the camera tilted? Everything feels tilted for some reason. Am I tilted? Hold on. Probably am tilted. Yeah, something's going on with my camera for some reason. Okay, whatever. All right, let's... Everything... Look at that. This is not supposed to be that way. I don't know what's going on. It had something to do with P. Conflicts with multiple commands. You could... Pro Builder, Stage Edit, Prefab. Okay. I should probably uninstall Pro Builder because we're not using it. Okay. Let's just add our door. And we're going to add this door. Right here. Going to rotate it. Select our door, rotate this way. It's going to swing open into this room. We're going to go to the place mode, and we're going to try to place it in here. Just nice and easy. Okay, now we're going to line it up inside here because that makes it a little bit easier to work with. Okay. Looks acceptable. It's also tight in here as well. That looks good there. You can see the frame a little bit. We can move it over just a bit more this way. I think that's good. Okay, great. Let's grab this guy. Can we grab this guy? Hold on. What is happening right now? For some reason, I am not able to select anything. Okay. It's because I was selected the door. Okay, that's why. Okay, we're going to duplicate this guy. I'm going to send him over to the door. Okay, I'm going to rotate him. And move him over here. Push him in. Like so. Door frame is a little bit suspiciously off, just by a hair on the rotation. Why is the rotate feature no longer working? There we go. Okay. Perfect. Grab this guy. Nope, click away. I gotta hit escape, that's why. Okay. So prefab. That's why. I see now. Okay, that's in there. This is here. This looks fine-ish. Could possibly move it up a little bit, actually. Scale down to move up. And there we go. Nice. Looks good. Looks good. We're in business. this door should also be locked. We're going to select the door. Grab our doors, make sure that we lock these. Random, locked. Random, locked. Okay, great. Okay, so we're in business. Let's see. Let's save. And let's, if we hit play, is that just test? Hold on. Wait, if we hit play, what happens? I probably shouldn't be hitting play. Okay, not hitting play again. All right, that did nothing. Okay, I just saw it say play scene and intruder, so it's not a shortcut for that after all. Okay, we boot in. Let's check out these rooms to see how they look. Is it booting up? I think it is. I think it is. Okay, join intruders. Okay. Options. We have a few doors to unlock here. We're unlocking a few doors. This looks pretty big. I like this. Oh, we gotta add a ramp to the stairs. I forgot. Okay. Easy enough to do because we have a ramp over here. Let's go to no. Where's our door? Transparent hallway stairs ramp. We're gonna bring you. Can we go on local global grid? Yes. Bring you all the way. What just happened? Oh, we can't duplicate it. Right. What if I put it over here? Okay, can't do that. All right. Well, we can. Technically, we can duplicate it, but let's just make the rush on. Just want to make sure the other one's still there. Okay. It in fact is. This one was just at a good angle, so we're just gonna. Whoa, 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 whoa. Move that over there. Okay. Get to rotating. Thankfully, that rotates it still at the right angle, does it? Close, close. Okay, I think it's slightly off, but we can make it work. We shouldn't have to worry too much. Okay, let's bring it down here. Get it on this ramp. Okay, can we go to local? Ah, yes, we can. Okay. Go send this down. Over here. Go up. Nope. Don't use the red one. It's the blue one and the green one. Okay, there's a small little lip there. How big of a lip is that? That's a significant enough lip. Rats. Okay, actually, what I could do is I just make two of them, but that might not work either. Dang it. Okay, rotate. I can rotate this. Take off F3. Okay, that actually might have fixed the problem. That lip is very small, but it is there, but it shouldn't be too much of it shouldn't be a deal breaker. Let's just test it. Intruder, placing an intruder. As long as you're not getting stuck on the lip, that's all that matters. Okay, join intruders. This is probably always locked or random. Okay, it's random. Okay, can make it up the stairs. Tiny lip, no problem. Okay, great. We solved it. Stairs, fine. Okay, if you fall down from there, you can slip, which is perfect. It's just enough height that if you jump, it slows you down, which is great. Or you can hear it. Exit to main. Oh man, I'm having so much fun with this map. I feel great about this map. It feels good. Mesh render, turn it off. Okay. Maybe it's just me getting attached to my work. That's probably what's happening right now. Which can be bad, because then when your work gets actually play tested and people are like, this sucks, then it can totally just like crash you out. Be like, no, I put so much work into it. Okay, cool. Wow. Oh wait, we didn't actually do the full play test. That was a mistake. Okay, but we do have the working star set now, which is good. Okay, play window, play scene and intruder. I'm excited. Whoa. Just realized the glass I was drinking of is completely cracked and I should not be drinking out of it. I drink glass, that'd be bad. Okay. Join intruders. Let's test this out. Okay. This time this door is locked. This one's fine if it's random. I think the only doors that really need to be locked are doors that go to package rooms, so it gives guards like a second or two to actually set up their traps. Is there glass here? Yeah, there is. Okay. I think this could be fun, trying to shoot through the window here. Like if you see a guard in here. Yeah, I'm looking forward to making this. But I do want to break sight lines here. I don't want them to just be able to tag the guards immediately. That would kind of suck, so yeah, I probably won't do that. So okay, let's check our balcony out. Nice. Got room to shoot down both ways. This is gonna be fun. Like if you decide to cross here, you gotta look both ways. And then you got this room over here. So this wall is like, I feel like this wall being here, I should like either extend this out a little bit so there's like a lip on each side, so it feels like there's more of a transition, you know? Maybe we'll see. Okay, cool. And then you can shoot down from there. This should work here. This is awesome. This map is coming together. I mean, it's great. It's getting gray boxed, but it's all coming together. I'm shooting at nothing, but I'm having the time of my life. Okay, great. Exit to main. All right, guys. I'm going to say that I think we did a pretty good job. And we can get rid of this here. Wait a minute. We got to go back to Realtime CSG. Delete that. We did quite a bit of work today. Not a whole lot. Not as much as the day before, but still quite a bit. We got the triangle in, the hexagon, the circle done. We got the transition between the two. We also got the hallway scaffolding in place. And yeah, that's pretty much what we did. So next, and we were missing, we're also missing one room, and I think the final room would actually be put here behind the guards. I think that'll be the case. Maybe, or alternatively, we put the other room. Actually, what if we put the other room right underneath? That would be kind of cool. That would be kind of cool. Maybe we do that. Maybe that's how we keep it compact. Okay. Well, I hope you enjoyed this episode. I had a lot of fun making this. We'll be back at it again tomorrow, and I'll catch you in the next one. Thanks for watching. Zen up.